Councillors, I open the ordinary council meeting on the 30th of April 2024 at 7:05 p.m. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge the recent passing of the 6 people who lost their lives in the Bondi Junction Westfield attack. Pikria Dacia, Ashley Good, Dawn Singleton, Faraz Tahir, Jade Young, Chung Yichuan. We express our condolences and deepest sympathies to all the families affected. This will also be the subject of a Merrill Minute on the business paper. I would now like to hold a minute's silence in memory and as a mark of respect for the 6 people. Thank you, councillors. I will now ask Councillor Olive to read the acknowledgements of the local Indigenous people.
I would like to acknowledge that we are meeting on the land of the Bidjigal and the Gadigal peoples who occupy the Sydney coast, being the traditional owners. On behalf of Randwick City Council, I acknowledge and pay my respects to elders past and present and to Aboriginal people in attendance today.
Thank you. I will now ask Councillor Wilson to read the prayer.
Almighty God, we humbly beseech you to bestow your blessings upon this council and to direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of your glory and the true welfare of the people of the city of Randwick and Australia.
Thank you. We have not had any requests to attend the meeting by audio-visual link or any apologies. We will now move to the confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary council meeting on the 26th of March 2024. Can I have a mover? Councillor Nielsen, seconded by Councillor Chappell. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. Councillors, are there any declarations of pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest? Councillor Hay.
I'd like to declare an pecuniary interest in the matter CP 14 of 24, as my mother owns a property close to the development. I would not be voting in or participating in the matter. Thank you.
Councillor McCafferty.
I will be absenting myself from the vote on CP 1424 and the debate of that, as I am on the the South Eastern City Planning panel.
Councillor Olive.
Sorry, I'm trying to find the item here. Yes, I will declaring an insignificant non-pecuniary interest in CP 1524 Moore Park South discussion paper, only because I've played golf there plenty of times before. But
Councillor Nielsen.
I declare a non-significant non-pecuniary interest in item CO 16/24, acquisition of 49 Cusco Street, South Coogee, as the deceased property owner and her executor, Joseph Waugh, is known to me through their extensive work for the Randwick District Historical Society and the Friends of Blenheim House. I will be voting on the matter.
Councillor Wilson.
I'd like Councillor McCafferty, will be absenting myself on the vote from CP 1424 regarding the land at 215B Anzac Parade, Kensington, because I am on the South Eastern Sydney planning panel.
Councillor Chappell.
I'd like to declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in CS 1724 as the speakers on this item are known to me.
Councillor Hamilton.
I'd like to declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in CO 16/24 on the confidential. I knew Alan Waugh and visited the property, but I don't believe that it will have any impact on my relationship with the meeting and the business paper. Sorry.
Thank you, councillors. We will. Councillor Burst.
CP 1524. I've got a non-pecuniary interest in that motion. I've played golf there previously and actually broke 100 once. But I will be voting on. But I will be voting on the matter.
Hole in one.
Any hole in one?
Yeah, hole in one.
Thank you, councillors. We will now move to the address of council by members of the public, and I will read out the privacy warning. In respect to the Privacy and Personal Information Protection Act, members of the public are advised that the proceedings of this meeting will be recorded for the purposes of clause 5.2 to 5.23 of Council's Code of Meeting Practice. Audio and video recording of meetings is prohibited without permission. A person may be expelled from a meeting for using or having used an audio or video recorder without the express authority of the council. All members of the public addressing tonight's meeting have a maximum of 4 minutes in which to put their case forward, with no extensions available. Presenters will be stopped when the 4 minutes has expired. Councillors may ask questions of presenters at the end of each public submission. Our first speaker, which is in relation to CP 14/24, UNSW land at 215B Anzac Parade, Kensington, review of planning controls. Speaking for Ms. Lauren Sedaris.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor, councillors, directors and ladies and gentlemen attending tonight. Thank you for the opportunity to address council this evening. I am a registered architect and also a concerned local resident that lives directly behind the proposed development at 215B Anzac Parade. I am heading up a residents group, and last year we prepared a petition against the development, which currently has 1,344 signatures, up from 1,100 last year. I'm here to express our community's support for agenda item CP 1424 that recommends a planning proposal process be undertaken at 215B Anzac Parade. We support this being passed tonight because if council does undertake this planning process, it will greatly help us see as residents what appropriate height, massing, FSR, GFA and scale looks like on this site. The planning proposal process also usually allows for an exhibition and comment by the community, to which we feel that we haven't yet to date been given too much comment by the developer. Our objection letters have also expressed that there was a lack of planning proposal and detailed urban design study done by the applicant of the DA. And so we commend council for putting forward in this agenda item that this urban design study and technical studies will be accompanying the planning proposal process. As I said, it will act as a form of consultation and allow the response for the residents' concerns, which has been done with many of the other stakeholders, but not yet with many of the residents, especially since there have been resubmitted plans. I'd like to reiterate our community's main objections to the development. The proposal is an example of overdevelopment and should be reduced in height. When originally proposed, it was 23 stories and 19 stories, which is disproportionately tall to the adjacent buildings of NIDA and New College, and also to the low-density scale residential. It's been resubmitted apparently with 15 and 16 stories, which still has huge overshadowing impact on our neighbourhood. The height, we feel, should be reduced further to allow for not as much solar access being reduced to adjacent properties, and to provide better amenity and quality of living for the residents in the area of Kensington, south and west of the site. We do also think that there has been an inappropriate scale proposed at the rear buildings and at the side of both Nida and Doncaster Avenue, and having a 12-metre rear at the site will assist in appropriate stepping down to the single and double-storey buildings that are on Doncaster Avenue. The one adjustment that the community does want to see, however, is that we would request that the planning panel does consider for the outcomes of the planning process and wait on this outcome of the planning proposal process for determination on the development application, so that the entire community, including the applicant and the other stakeholders around the site, will be able to see what outcomes come from the planning proposal process. This also includes capacity and need. What hasn't been addressed and was one of our objections is that there are other student accommodations currently being built in the area. We feel that there should be an analysis on capacity and need. Do we need 800 or 1,000 student accommodation area in this area? We also feel that by doing this, that this will allow there to be good design on the site, a good approach that satisfies everybody in the area, and allows UNSW to put forward a proposal that will, in the future, allow for there to be good urban approach on Anzac Parade. It's very important for the area, especially its renewal and the process it's going under at the moment, to have this undertaken. Thank you very much for your time, and I do hope that you consider supporting the planning proposal process.
Thank you. Councillors, do you have any questions? Thank you. Councillor said?
Oh, no.
No.
Sorry.
I don't think there are any questions. Thank you very much.
Okay.
We will now move to the speaker speaking against, Mr. Brendan Hoskins, representing the University of New South Wales.
Good. Excellent. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, councillors. My name is Brendan Hoskins. I'm a director at Beam Planning. I really do appreciate the opportunity that you're giving me tonight to take some time to present to you, and just to let you know that I am addressing you on behalf of the University of New South Wales. I want to begin by this evening by stating that the university is deeply disappointed with the motion that's in front of you tonight, and request that you do not support this motion going forward, really for the following key reasons. Firstly, the motion recommends a planning proposal which we see has a predetermined outcome already. Secondly, the motion's been brought forward without any consultation whatsoever with the university. And finally, it's inappropriate to move forward with a planning proposal in the context of the DA that's under assessment at the moment. As you'll be aware, the university is the single largest employer and economic generator in the Randwick LGA. It employs nearly 6,500 full-time equivalent staff and contributes $2.8 billion to the Australian economy each year. The motion before you seeks support to prepare a planning proposal which delivers, as I said, a predetermined outcome of 24 metres generally across the site in a height limit. Such a predetermined outcome is inappropriate without any process, as the speaker for us has suggested there should be a process, let alone without engagement of the landowner. In the context of the master plan, there have been several long-term principles which are implemented. The first is having a principle of perimeter controls to manage the transition to existing areas. Recognising, though, the critical function and importance of the university, there is another principle that doesn't restrict development from occurring in central portions of the campus. The proposal before you this evening is a dramatic shift in that established principles and planning framework. This shift is proposed to one of the single largest and most important sites within the LGA, and it's difficult that there's no consultation with the landowner and also in the context of the DA that's here. If the stated purpose of the planning proposal is to preserve the amenity of the neighbouring sites, this is already achieved in the existing LEP, which provides a significant 30-metre buffer to the dwellings along Doncaster Avenue. Also important to consider on this site is the opportunity that it does provide to address one of the three key issues raised by the former Greater Sydney Commission for the Randwick collaboration area. This relates to both the availability and affordability of student housing. As you'd appreciate, student accommodation, I should say, is a key part of the university and really is a contributor to what the university does in its everyday. This is particularly relevant and important in the context of the current housing crisis in Sydney. The notion of a planning proposal to downzone land in the context of a DA which has been under assessment for 12 months is not only counterintuitive, it really goes against and conflicts with the broader aims, objectives, and dare I say the responsibility of councils to deliver and unlock housing. If there are concerns with the current DA that's under assessment, these concerns should be addressed in that DA process. A planning proposal is not the ordinary, it's not the appropriate, it's not the accepted method to address concerns in a DA process. Again, for those reasons and on behalf of the university, I do request that you don't support the motion in front of you. Really, again, I do appreciate the time that you've given me and obviously happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you. There's a question from Councillor Chappell.
Thanks so much, and thanks for coming to speak to us today, Mr. Hoskins. You mentioned in your speech about affordability of student housing, and I'd be really interested to hear, like, how much do we anticipate this housing renting for, and kind of, are there affordability measures in there? Do we have targets on any of that?
Yep. So to that, apologies, I was mentioning the affordability and availability are two of the key reasons that the former commission did raise. Obviously, what I'm here representing the university this evening, so not the developer who's put forward the DA. So I'm actually not aware of any specific mechanisms or requirements on the site. And just as, I guess, a general blanket statement, I did want to focus this evening on, I guess, the planning process and its appropriateness. But obviously happy to take on board and no doubt that can feed into the consideration of the DA. Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Burst.
Thank you, Brendan, for coming today. I appreciate anybody that comes and talks either for or against a motion. I've only got one question. How many parking spots would be on this site?
I'm not sure of that, sorry, the detail of the DA.
Okay.
As I mentioned, just looking to, I can come back to you on it, but just looking to focus on the planning process this evening. Sorry, Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, I just have a question. So, in regards to all this, as a long-term Kensington resident, i.e. my entire life, and having now seen the change that has come across us with all this student accommodation for your university and the fact that you people are building more, why do I see on the news that students are queuing up with the regular punters who are trying to find somewhere to rent that's affordable, or, you know, somewhere to house their families, and we have a plethora of student accommodation, yet they're in the same queue with everybody else? Is it maybe because the student accommodation and the people that you are dealing with are charging a fortune for that accommodation, that it's cheaper for them to go rent privately out of student accommodation? So therefore, why are we building more?
Yes, Councillor. I guess to that point, Councillor, it's maybe a question best posed to the student housing operators.
Yeah, but why are you guys requiring more accommodation, like student accommodation? How many students in the university can you possibly have that fits all these buildings that are being built now? Like, surely you wouldn't be able to fit them all into the university if all those units were occupied.
Yes, Councillor. So I guess just to reiterate, obviously my role is on the planning side. I really do appreciate the question, and I see the same things on the news as well. And obviously students who are looking to rent as well in the open market also places greater rental stress on those looking to rent as well, right, in terms of the availability. So I guess that's really to the Greater Sydney Commission, the former Greater Sydney Commission, them highlighting the concern that in this area there is a lack of availability of student housing. I can't speak on the university's behalf of how much needs to be provided, how many students, etc. But I would just reinforce that a planning proposal to downzone land really is counterintuitive to that availability proposition.
Councillor said.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On the basis of counterintuitive, the university can't understand, like, would the university be willing to compromise? Because considering that the residents, that used to be zoned around 7 stories and it's going up to a height of, I think I read somewhere 20 stories, 23 stories, and another building's 20 stories. So I suppose the university can understand there's a bit of angst with such height differences from what was proposed at 7 stories to 20 and 23.
Yeah, would you like me to address
Are
that?
they willing to compromise at all? Is my question.
Yeah, sure. Obviously, just to clarify the heights which do apply to the site today under the LEP is that there are height restrictions on both street frontages. As I mentioned, those are 30 metres in depth, and they do stipulate a maximum height. There's no maximum height stipulated for the centre of the site. So according with that principle of having transition zones to existing areas and height located in the centre of campus sites. So at the moment there is no control in the LEP to allow those heights, and the amended DA, which I understand has been submitted, has proposed heights of 15 to 16 stories. So really what I do want to reinforce is that what I'm here this evening to request from you is that you don't support the motion to move forward and prepare a planning proposal, that there is a process which is occurring for consideration of this site, and the best, I guess, process to consider the merits of that is through that DA process, not through a planning proposal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors.
We now move to the speakers on CP 15/24 Moore Park South discussion paper, Randwick City Council submission. Speaking against, Mr. John Janik, President of the Moore Park Golf Club.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to voice my opposition to the proposal to reduce Moore Park Golf Course by 50%. This isn't just about golf, it's about preserving an invaluable community resource that serves as a vital source of recreation, economic value and the social behaviours of thousands of people. In 2023, more than 3.5 million Australians played golf. By the end of 2024, golf is expected to be the most popular organised sport in Australia, surpassing soccer. Public golf courses, and I stress the word public, people are confused with public and private golf courses. Public golf courses like Moore Park are critical to meet this growing demand. In fact, over 500,000 people use Moore Park golf facilities every year, with more than 100,000 rounds of golf projected in 2024. Moore Park is at full capacity. There is currently more demand for golf in Sydney than there is supply of accessible facilities. With excess demand and even less supply, families, older people, kids, and those without the means of affordable private golf will be greatly impacted by the government's current proposal. Of the expected growth of 5,090 new residents in Kensington, 653 will be golfers. And of the 80,000 expected in the City of Sydney, 12,000 will be golfers. Where do they play? Moore Park is more than just golf course. It's a community treasure. The treasure has welcomed Sydney residents since 1913, providing affordable and accessible golf for those who cannot afford private courses. It continues to serve this role today with 75% of its usage by the general public, local residents, tourists and business people. who need the convenience and affordable golf experience near the city CBD. Only 25% usage is by members of the club. It's clear that Moore Park serves a broad and diverse audience. This course plays a significant role in promoting diversity and inclusion. Almost 30,000 students attended the lessons at Sydney Golf Academy in 2023, with 74% increase in women's participation compared to 2019. This isn't a sport in decline, it's booming. Moore Park is not just a golf course, it's a vibrant hub of activity that supports our most vulnerable, diverse community members, offering significant social, mental and physical wellbeing benefits. Economically, Moore Park Precinct generates over $15 million in revenue annually, contributing to the funds of other public services in the area, including 50% of the operating budget for Centennial Parklands, which supports more than 35 sports played at the Parklands, 120 fields, running tracks and venues, and more than 750,000 people that train, compete and play there annually. Many of these users are from the city of Randwick. Reducing the course size could have severe financial repercussions. Additionally, according to the Australian Golf Industry Council, golf gains significant health benefits, with reduced health system costs and an average expectancy life increase of 5 years for non-golf, above 5 years for non-golfers. The total social benefits derived from Moore Park Golf exceeds $5.6 million annually. Environmentally, Moore Park contributes to Sydney's green spaces, generating over $3 million in environmental benefits each year. It helps protect and increase vegetation complexity and has the potential to significantly contribute to the regeneration of critically endangered eastern suburbs Banksia scrublands, while also educating and engaging with young people in the culture and connectivity to the country.
Please go ahead.
We'd like me to continue. Okay. More than 26,000 people have signed a petition to retain Moore Park as an 18-hole course. Over 80% of these signatories are residents of Randwick, City of Sydney, Inner West, Waverley, Wallara and North Sydney councils. This shows that there is groundswell of local community support. With the backing of substantial community support, Moore Park Golf Club, in conjunction with Golf Australia, Golf New South Wales and the PGA of Australia, has developed an alternative bold city shaping village for Moore Park South that delivers world-class recreation and golf facilities for the growing Sydney. It is possible to both retain a reconfigured 18-hole course while also maximising availability of open space and activity recreation areas transport for the people of Randwick. Councillors, I urge you to consider the broader impacts of slashing Moore Park Golf Course by 50%. This is not just about golf, it's about supporting a vital community asset that provides economic, social, health and environmental benefits to Sydney. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hay.
In the event that the golf course is reduced from 18 holes to 9 holes, how much of roughly what percentage of games are played on 18 holes, and what would happen to the membership and profitability of the club if the course were reduced to 9 holes?
Prior to the Premier's announcement, we had over 200 people waiting to join the club. We've since approached those and we've had 5 accept. And we asked the question why, and they said, we don't want to join a 9-hole golf course. So that's straight away the impact. I've just completed my budget to Greater Sydney Parklands and dramatically reduced it because no one wants to join, no one wants to pay $2,000 and then $2,000 a year if they've got no future on an 18-hole course. So this year they're going to find that the pinch has already occurred.
Thank you.
Councillor Olive.
Yes, thanks for coming, Mr. Janet. I noted at Marrickville Golf Course, they have tried to adapt to community expectations, and they have things like, dog park days. They have music on holes at particular times. It's a very open golf course where people can walk around the golf course. What efforts has Moore Park made to adapt to community expectations in a similar kind of way?
We've submitted a bold vision to the government already, and we've presented in person, and they found it very interesting. In fact, they complimented on the document, which is nearly 100 pages, and they said that is a very, very expensive and very detailed reply, and they welcomed it. Basically, what we've said is we've met the 7 items required by the Premier's paper. We're going to provide additional parking, cycling, pedestrian paths, connecting Kensington to the city. That's one of the first things we noticed was there was no cycleways that actually got you across the city. We've now included that. There'll be 3 kilometres of cycleways in our plan, which will connect Kensington to the rest of the city. There will be scenic and quiet picnic areas also provided, kids' activity, dog parks, and the financial return of this investment will be within 5 years, unlike the alternative. This area has still got wind tunnels surrounded by busy roads, Sydney, completely inaccessible, not safe across, and too undulating for anything else but a golf course. So that was part of our proposal, that we will deliver on all the things that are required, but the area can't be used for anything else.
Just, is that internal to the golf course, or that's you're financing activities outside of the bounds of the golf course?
I'm sorry, good.
Is this internal, the cycleways and things you're talking about internal to the golf course, or they're sort of
It'll be able to cross through the golf course and around it in a safe manner.
Okay.
We've engaged a professional golf architect, and he's advised us on how we could achieve that. So we've actually introduced that. So it's a 3 kilometre cycling, which will be also cycling for people and across the city, but also running tracks from the East Marks Oval.
Councillor Rosenfeld.
Yeah, thanks for coming in, John. Do you think that given that such a dramatic policy that Chris Minns has introduced, he should have had the temerity to at least announce it prior to last year's state election?
I can't answer anything like that, but one of the things I was very, very disappointed when Premier Minns announced it, but I've now looked at it in a different manner. I now look at it in a way that basically says this has given us the opportunity to look at something different. This is a 110-year-old golf course, and it probably needed a relook at after 100 years. And I think we could probably do something spectacular with this golf course and deliver to the community as well. So on the one hand, I am disappointed. On the other hand, I welcome the opportunity to make it a better place.
Councillor Burst.
Thank you, John. Thanks for coming tonight. Did the Moore Park Golf Collective consider the cost of the government's 9-hole plan versus your new 18-hole plan?
Yes, that was a key item in the whole issue. The current proposal to repurpose the course, we believe, will be in excess of $200 million. And I think even in your own paper, it suggests you don't know what you're going to find under the ground. It was once an incinerator plant, it was once a dumping ground, and for all we know, it could be full of asbestos. So who knows when they start digging what they'll find there. That's the number one thing. Then after that is finished, whatever's going to happen to it, it will still have ongoing maintenance. At the moment, it's self-sufficient, generates income and is profitable. If you just have it in an open park, well, someone's going to have to keep maintaining it, and who knows what's going to cost. If I could just add, to that one, our proposal has been fully costed, and it actually returns a profit after 5 years and an ongoing increased revenue to Centennial Parklands for ongoing years. We've presented this paper to the Minister's office, and he's asked us to send our models over to the Treasury.
Thank you, John. That sounds like a win-win for everybody, really, doesn't it?
That's what our aim was, a win-win for everybody, yes.
Councillor Said.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. John, this might be a bit of a stretch, but in the concerns of our community, have you heard in your discussions that there could possibly be a domino effect with public golf courses and others might in the future be taken over as well?
Yes. At the back of the room, we have Golf New South Wales here. Golf Australia feels this is the Alamo of golf in Australia. This is the busiest, most important golf club in Australia. They're here to make sure this doesn't fall because it will be a domino effect. So they've dug in and they've provided unbelievable support on this financially, as well as all the expertise that they've got to generate this report. It was a group report from Golf Australia, Golf New South Wales, PGA Australia, also supported by many engineering companies, environmental companies, all came to the fore to deliver this particular paper. We must win this, and it could be a template for other golf courses. If this works, there's no reason why it can't be adopted in other places that might be threatened.
Councillor D'Souza.
John, first, let me tell you, I'm not a golfer. So you need to educate me with what I'm going to ask you now. You use the word public and you use the word private. And so could you give us an idea, roughly, I mean, common sense might give me the answer, but what is the difference?
I welcome your question, because that is the big confusion to everybody. This is a public golf course owned by the people of Sydney.
Owned by the people of Sydney?
Yes, exactly. Greater Sydney Parklands have the authority to manage the whole site. We in turn manage the members, and there's another operation on the facility who manages the public. It's clearly in 2000, if you actually get the Sydney Council papers in 1913, you'll actually see the purpose of this was for the providing a golf course to those who can't afford the private golf courses,
right,
for the working class of Sydney. That's the intention. And that's what we've done for 112 years, is basically done that. We've retained that. So 76% of the usage is by public, and the members get the remaining portion.
So may I ask part two of my question? Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, John, no, that's good, because I thought that, but you clarified that for us. Now tell me, in this area, there are lots of golf courses, and I guess, how many private ones are there and how many public ones are there? If you have the answer.
Right. I noticed in the paper, in the Randwick paper there was a reference of 8 golf clubs in the immediate area. Of that, I'm clearly sure that 4 of them are private. The Australian, Royal Sydney, New South Wales. These ones, you're paying like $30,000 to join, $40,000 to join, and then you're also then paying $10,000 a year. I can't afford that, and no one can. Well, very few people can. So, no, we need public golf courses.
We certainly do. And, you know, we were brought up with the attitude of equity, social justice and a fair go for all. That's exactly what your course offers, doesn't it?
Absolutely. That's all it's about, yes. Public golf, yes. We help them. And it's a pathway. I noticed one of your, I think, staff here has the name of Kiriakou, a very famous name in golf.
In golf? Only in golf.
Steph Kiriakou, who plays in the European Championship, rated number 88 in the world, started her career at Moore Park Golf Club. Wow. So that gives you an example. They start there, then they move to the private courses where there's more funding, more training for them, and then they pay expenses to go to the next step. But they all start at public golf courses.
Thank you, John. All about opportunity. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Councillor Chappell.
Sorry, thank you. Just to clarify, there are 8 public golf courses in the Eastern City District. Can I just ask about the proposal that's currently on the papers? I know you oppose the reduction full stop. The proposal on the papers is a submission which suggests an alternative siting of the park, and I think has some fairly strong arguments for the improved amenity of that. Does the club have, or do you have any opinion about that proposal as against the existing proposal, or you just don't?
We've only one proposal, and that's 18 holes. We've got to have 18 holes to survive. That's going to provide the opportunity. We also have companies there, like organisations, charities like RUOK. They have charity days there, and they only go to 18-hole golf courses. They will no longer come there. Last Sunday, Moore Park Golf Club mixed pennants teams, that's 50% men, 50% women, have become the the district champions of Sydney for the second time, and that's an amazing achievement. We won't be able to participate in that ever again if we turn out to be a 9-hole golf course. You need to be an 18-hole golf course. We've got junior teams there that have been state champions. We've got Australian champions that all come out of there, but you have to start with an 18-hole golf course. You can't get there from 9 holes. You won't participate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We now move to the second speaker against, Mr. David Park, representing the Raleigh Park Community Association.
Thank you, Lady Mayor and councillors. Just about myself, my name's David Park. I'm a committee member of the Raleigh Park Community Association. That sits right next to the Supercentre at the old WH&Wills site, and is a large parcel of land. That land was one of the very first in 1996 that was built by Mirvac as a community estate, which means we fund the park facilities there in regards to the upkeep and maintenance of it. There are 6 tower blocks with over 300 units that run along the 6th hole at Moore Park Golf Course. So there's 300 units along the 6th hole. So anything that happens to Moore Park Golf would have a direct impact on us, and especially when we saw the notion of lights. It sent a shudder right through the community in our estate. Also within the estate there's houses, so that's another 140 odd houses there. So collectively there's probably about 1,000 residents. We're very concerned that if anything was to get passed through, that there might be an issue of access points going through Raleigh Park or alongside the boundaries of the Raleigh Park estate. And that's already been mentioned in the Randwick paper about the concerns in that aspect. Currently, there is a bit of a battle with ES Marks Field in regards to light poles. They have refurbished or improved on their athletics field. Those lights going on to 9:30 and a little bit later at night, at least 3 to 4 nights a week, actually cast a shadow into apartment buildings in the complex. We've raised that with Greater Sydney Parklands on a few occasions. We've had some face-to-face meetings, but we haven't come to a resolution, and I have engaged Minister Honing to get some action on this. So that probably just gives you the backline of the Raleigh Park estate and how much we're very concerned about it. I overlook the golf course. I'm not actually a golfer, but I can actually see the use of that golf course 7 days a week. The amount of people that go through there and reading some of the papers and taking on board some of John's comments, I think I'm going to take up golf because the health benefits and the social well-being and mental health, it's just, if I'm going to live longer playing golf, well, I'm going to start playing golf because it's quite impressive. Just in regards to green space, we all seem to be concerned about the word green space, and just a couple of points I picked up. In the discussion by the Sydney City paper, discussion paper, it said that Moore Park Golf Course, actually, I'll take a step back, Centennial Parklands, 12% of Centennial Parklands represents Moore Park Golf Course. 12%. If I look at all the sporting facilities that are around and the growth in golf, 12% seems to be quite undervalued in the scheme of things, extremely undervalued. In that regard, Randwick Racecourse is 81 hectares, Sydney Park is 42 hectares, and that's a purpose-built park. That Sydney Park, what we're talking about, if you look at Green Square where the hub is all being built at the moment, that's actually 3 kilometres from Zetland, Green Square, to Sydney Park. But we want to kind of like and that's 40 odd hectares, and we want to semi-create that in a park that's already been used. So I'll just continue, just finalise here. So sorry I've gone over time, but just in summary, I'm at a loss as to we're not creating any new green space. We're actually, what we will be doing, we'll be taking away a key asset to the community, replacing it with just general passive space, which I've just mentioned how much space we have in Centennial Parklands, Queen's Park and whatever. It's enormous. You can't take away an asset like this. There's got to be other alternatives on the western side of the western side, on the Zetland side, Southern Cross Drive, sorry, and they should have been developing that. Like Sydney of Sydney should have been aware of all these approvals, use the council contribution funds and work with developers, as we've done in our Raleigh Park estate, where we created a community arrangement where we have tennis courts, swimming pools, so many facilities there that we fund internally ourselves.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Councillor Burst.
Thank you, Dave, for coming today. Could you maybe tell us about the consultation process that you've gone through in this period of time that you've been fighting this?
Yep. Thank you. So, as part of an association, we were contacted by the survey people, the consultancy group, to have some thoughts and views on this, and there was probably about 7 or 8 different community associations surrounding Centennial Parklands or Moore Park Golf Course, and I was just very disappointed in the way the discussion paper was clearly directed to, do we want to have or not have golf? It was, we want 9 holes, and that was the option, and these were your responses. This is all you could confer, whether you want night golf, hard services for sports, passive areas, walking tracks, bike tracks, and whatever like that. Everyone that spoke from the committee, from the surrounding suburbs, all said straight away, we don't want Moore Park Golf to change to go down to 9 holes. I think overwhelmingly they agreed that 18 holes should remain. But we were kind of like forced down this rabbit hole to ask questions and go down this path, which we were pretty disappointed with, if that's the, what's going to happen at the end of the day. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to find out what those survey responses was, because I believe there was a huge response in regards to that survey. I just hope that information gets passed on before anyone makes major decisions on this. It's a huge financial cost to replace green space with green space and charge the public, the community, $250 million and plus. By the time, as I said, what we find in there, God knows what will happen, and we're just replacing green space with green space. We're not forward planning to create new green space. This is what we should be doing.
Thank you, David. That was great. And if you do take up golf, keep your head down and follow through.
That's right.
Thank you.
Councillor said.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks, David. Now, again, and on a broader scale, in your discussions when you were at Randwick Park community groups, did it ever come across that perhaps, knowing the history of Sydney City with the sites like Sutton's that expands and etc., did anyone ever get the hint that maybe this might be a bit of a land grab by Sydney City to one day sell off, even though Crown land can be rezoned? Never came through, or is that definitely going to be a part of everything you've discussed? I'm not telling you to speculate, but did you ever think that could happen?
People can be very sceptical about certain things.
Sydney City, as you can tell.
But one aspect you brought up was the Sutton's car park area, which is on the southern side of Southern Cross Drive, on the western side of Southern Cross Drive, and that was acquired by Meritons, and that's for $300 million, and it's just under 5 hectares of space. If I was planning for the future and accommodating people who require green space, I would have acquired that site instead of using public money to replace green space with green space on the Moore Park side, and worked with the developers and had a perfect 4.5 hectares site where you would virtually walk out your door and there would be 4.5 hectares of parkland. Missed on such a magic opportunity to do something. And I believe in the Greater Sydney area, the City of Sydney, there is an enormous amount of space there, which are government land, unused factories, warehouses and bits and pieces that you could actually combine together to make a useful park space. The whole idea is, let's create new green space.
Are there any further questions, councillors? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillors, we now move to the speakers on CS 17/24, Pump Park Multimodal Bike Track Site Feasibility. Speaking for Jesse and Ethan Poole.
Thank you. Good evening, councillors and mayor. My name is Jesse and this is my brother Ethan. I go to South Sydney High School and my brother goes to Maroon Bay Public School. We love living in Randwick area and we also love biking. Biking gives us a sense of freedom and joy that makes us happy. But there's just one problem with Randwick. There's a lack of facilities for mountain biking and BMXing bike riding. We are fortunate to have parents who drive us 45 minutes in different directions to go to pump tracks or mountain bike parks, like in the northern beaches or western Sydney parklands. We are here to show our strong support for the proposed pump track and bike park in Malabar. We're excited about Randwick finally having a local riding facility that we can ride to whenever we want with our friends. It will allow our friends who don't have the same access to riding to join us in the fun and outdoors. This brings Randwick boys and girls together to enjoy the same thrill, exercise and time in nature Ethan and I are fortunate to get. This bike park will make Randwick even better than it already is. Thanks for allowing us to share our opinions and show our support.
Thank you very much. Councillors, are there any questions? Councillor Pandolfini.
Hi, Jessie and Ethan. Thank you so much for coming in. That's really amazing to hear from you. How old are you both?
I am 12 and 8. Ethan is 8.
Yeah, right. And so you have to travel how far did you say to get to a
45 minutes at least.
Oh, wow. And would this be close to you, much closer to you?
Yeah, this would be about a 5 to 10 minute bike ride.
Oh, well, that sounds fantastic. Thanks again for coming in.
Councillor McCafferty.
Thank you, Jessie and Ethan. My son Jonah is 14 and I know that he goes to Western Sydney quite a bit to find mountain bike trails. So I'm interested basically, first of all, in what you've had to say, but what's the extent to which you're finding girls are interested in this type of biking that you're interested in?
So, please, what do you mean? As in...
Well, are you finding that there are a lot of girls that are liking pump tracks and mountain biking and stuff like that as well?
Yes. When I go to other mountain bike tracks, it is very evenly spread in 50-50 as boys and girls. So it's, very evenly spread.
Thank you, that's great.
Councillor Said.
Thank you, guys. And Ethan, I thought your brother shortchanged you there and you got the longest speech, but anyway. So thank you very much for coming in. Because you spoke so well, if this goes ahead, would you and your friends probably like to have some say in the way it's made and all that sort of stuff? Give some suggestions, because you do use pump parks. I don't. You've got a better idea than me, and I'm sure the council officers would like to hear the opinions of kids. So there'll be a public consultation and you should have some say in it.
Yeah.
Do you enjoy that?
Yes, we would. We love that.
You're down, you're in. But don't let your brother do it all.
There's no further questions. Thank you very, very much for coming in tonight. We now move to the speakers in relation to NM 35/24, notice of motion from Councillor Wilson, e-bike free zones at Coogee Beach. Speaking for Jenny Manning, Ms Jenny Manning, representing the Coogee Precinct Committee.
Good evening, everybody. I'd just like to, I suppose you've all noticed the e-bikes and things that are everywhere at the moment, especially down near the beach. And they're creating a big hazard for the residents, especially down along the beach. There are, especially on very busy days, of course, there's crowds, and then you have the e-bikes and bicycles speeding through along the promenade, which of course is not a shared pathway. It is actually designated for bicycles, for pedestrians only. So I think my own granddaughter ran out in front of a bike not very long ago, and it was just a matter of timing that she wasn't injured, I guess. There's also a lot of elderly people that use that walkway, and the bicycles actually come. I think I've heard they can do 50 to 60 kilometres, and sometimes they just appear to be totally unaware of the other users of the pedestrian walkway. So I think the problem needs addressing for safety. I think it's only a matter of time when there will be an accident, and of course council will probably bear the brunt of any legal, thing. I've thought that probably, I went looking today actually in the rain because I walk practically the whole time, every day almost, along that walkway. And I'm also a keen bike rider, but I have never noticed any signs prohibiting the bike riding. And they are placed, the signing is I'd invite any of you to go and have a look. They're there, but they are totally invisible. I had to really go looking. I've lived there for 10 years and I've never noticed the bikes, the signage. So I think they really need to be made more prominent and especially face the bicycles themselves. They're actually some of them are way down, facing out onto the beach. And I guarantee you could not see them if you were riding a bike. And if you did, it would mean you weren't looking where you were going anyway. So the signage is very important. Other things that I think could help it is looking into providing alternate bike tracks for. The bikes, I think, are going to keep wanting to go north to south. There are a lot of restaurants, a lot of the delivery bicycles, the Uber-type tricycles are going back and forth. And I think perhaps the restaurants need to be made aware of it. I know a lot of the restaurants have a lot of takeaway meals and they come really quickly down the hill and straight along the bikeway. I think sometimes hitting speeds of about 50 kilometres. So that in itself, I think, could be negotiated with some of the restaurateurs there. Also, the provision of a track, I've looked to see, I think that'll be a little bit problematic, but it looked as if there could be almost a track going a bit closer to Arden Street along that area. It's a little bit of a sort of a no man's land up towards the road, and there is some pathways do exist as well that could perhaps be incorporated. Also, the bike companies themselves are a bit of a mystery. They seem to, and I'm all for bikes, I'm actually a bike rider when I can, but I think the bike companies need to accept some responsibility as well. The bikes are all over the place a lot of the time and are left lying on the edge of the footpath and sometimes fall onto the road. One was on Allison Road not long ago, the corner of Allison Road and Arden Street. So I think the bicycle, I think there seems to be definite negotiation needed with the bike companies themselves because whether there are fines or some sort of way of working together. I think bikes can be deactivated too in certain areas, so I think that needs to be looked at so that perhaps there could be parking areas and the whole thing could be better managed. So thank you for that. I think it's just that we need to concentrate on the signage, perhaps providing what is obviously needed, which is people want to go from the north, ride from the north to the south on their bikes, so we have to take that into consideration. And the third thing is the bike companies, who are obviously, I guess, doing quite well out of it, they need to work in conjunction with the council to make everything, I think, a bit more amenable to the residents and a bit safer.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you for coming up tonight to speak to this motion. Is it just e-bikes or is it bicycles generally that we'd like to encourage to use other pathways?
Right, I think it's bicycles in general and the e-scooters as well, sort of private things. yeah, as well. But I think that predominantly they are these new e-bikes that are left, the higher sort of ones that are creating most of the problem. Yep.
Councillor McCafferty.
Ms Manning, thank you very much for coming and speaking to us tonight. I mean, I've spent a lot of time on the boardwalk down at Coogee, and you mentioned that perhaps there was an alternative pathway along Arden Street. I'd just say to you, and I'm just interested in your opinion, these sorts of bikes, these electric bikes, can use roadways. Why do you think that council should provide them with another pathway other than the roadway?
Well, that's a good point. Yeah, for the e-bikes, definitely. But I think even for the other bicycles, bike riders, you know, as I am often, I think it would be nice for them to have their own bike track, really, because it must be very difficult riding amongst all the people on a busy weekend, which is when people are generally there. So it just seemed to me not actually, if you ever go down there, just on behind Chish and Phipps, there's a sort of an area that could be paved or something that would lead from the parking area outside the pavilion and make quite a pleasant bike ride for people that perhaps non-e-bikes up towards the other end. Yeah.
I'd agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We now move to the speaker in relation to NM 42/24, Notice of Motion from Councillor Parker supporting the Sydney Eruv Committee. Speaking for, Rabbi Alice Abrahams.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Councillors, members. It's Rabbi A.C. Abrahams, a bit of a typo there. A-Y-C-E-E, but I don't really care that much.
Apologise.
No, that's all right. And well done, Jess and Ethan. You guys are immense. If I could speak like that, I'd be in good shape. In addition to being a local community rabbi, I'm also a Jewish chaplain at the hospital here at Randwick, and the founder of Abraham's Tent, which is a non-for-profit charity supporting patients in the hospital. When it comes to the Sydney Eruv and the idea of an Eruv, I'm not going to bore you too much with the logistics and the laws, but basically with Jewish law prohibits a Jew from carrying in a public domain on this Jewish Sabbath, so from sundown on Friday night till Saturday night as well. Now, public domain doesn't actually mean a public domain is in a public space, but it's any area which is not walled is considered a public space. So this wasn't really an issue for generations when people lived in walled cities, and Europe was mainly in all these fortresses are all walled. But as communities grew and places evolved, these walls came down, and we had to find other ways to live life, because being stuck at home with kids, not being able to go to visit friends with prams, and not be able to take your kids to the park to play ball became a bit of an issue. So a loophole was found where instead of actually having a physical wall, you could have a set of doorways, which makes up something called an Eruv. Now, most of you probably see these on a daily basis, whether it's here in Randwick, Maroubra, or whether it's Bondi, Rose Bay. Many of the existing electricity poles and phone poles are actually used as a doorway. A doorway just means you have got to have two poles with a wire running over it. So many of the existing infrastructure actually works as an Eruv. And there was a Eruv that went all the way from Vaucluse straight through down to Pagewood as recently as 2018. But when they started construction on the light rail and works on the hospital, one area came down, and then they put down the poles on, I believe, Coogee Bay Road. There were some Optus poles which came down. So that Eruv then became disconnected, and the Eruv committee fixed it up, sort of did a temporary fix, which was to close off the Eruv in the Bondi, Dover Heights, Rose Bay area, and they built a separate one here just in Maroubra. But those Eruvs are not connected, meaning that if a observant Jew wants to go, say, from Randwick and walk to Bondi with the family, or to Waverley with their family, pushing a pram, bringing some food, bringing a ball to play with in the park, they're not able to do that, and they have to stay within the confines of the Erev. Additionally, the reason I'm involved is as a passionate, like I said, Jewish chaplain in the hospital. We often bring food and visit the hospital, and if someone's stuck there over the Sabbath, there are many, many restrictions. Again, I'm not going to bore you with all the Jewish laws, but there are many restrictions, and for me to even be able to take some food or a care package, which would be so beneficial, and be able to help them and to bring it to the hospital, something I can no longer do because the hospital is not in the Erev at all. So the idea is that we would like to do some repairs. One of the big repairs was getting Transdev at the light rail to fix their area, which they actually did with the last month. So that side is actually fixed. And now, like I said, a lot of the infrastructure is already there. It's just about doing a few patch-ups here and there, mainly on the Coogee side, which would be extremely beneficial to bringing the community together, making it, thank you, making it better for families, for children, for people to be able to go out and enjoy and spend time visiting family, giving their children, able to let them go play in the parks, and really enhance that sense of community, because being out of an Erev can be very lonely for families, stuck at home with their children, without being able to visit and spend time and enjoy the Jewish Sabbath, which is really a time to get together with family and friends, and not having that is a massive something which is sorely lacking for them. So I'd like to ask you for your support, for council support in the motion to get it back up and running to what it was a few years ago, running all the way from Pagewood straight down to Vaucluse. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Thank you for coming to address us this evening. One point I'd just like a little bit of further clarification on is you spoke about some of the cultural and religious care that you provide in the hospital. Could you just talk about how important that is for some patients and having the ability to actually access that, particularly on the Sabbath?
Yes. Well, I think it's critical, as when someone's in the hospital, and one of the things we do is we provide meals for family members. So the hospital provides meals for patients, but if someone's at a bedside of a loved one, whether that person's unwell or someone's wife has given birth to a baby, whatever it is, the extended family doesn't usually get meals. So being able to bring over meals, and especially when it's someone who's observant, Jewish observant, and is strictly kosher with their diet, it's immensely helpful. We just had Passover, which we've just finished, and on the Jewish holidays, unlike the Sabbath, you are allowed to carry, and we delivered about 15 meals just in the first few days of the holiday, and the support and the feedback we got from the people we delivered meals to was amazing, and it was life-changing for them, I'd say.
Councillor Rosenfeld.
Thank you very much, Rabbi, for addressing us. And do you see the Randwick LGA as a growing Jewish community where more things like this are needed to assist the community in our LGA?
Yes, I do. I've only been here for about 2 years, and one of the reasons we moved to Randwick was because we felt that there was a need for more, with so many Jews living here, and with it growing and people constantly moving here, we thought we'd move here just to help support them and be there as a communal hub. So there are a lot of people moving there. I think one of the things holding people back from moving is the lack of an Erev, especially if they do have parents or family living on Bondi side, and with the costs of living there being so restrictive and things being, thank God, a little bit cheaper on this side, it's a tough thing for them not to be able to visit their parents or their family on a Saturday and spend that meal with them, something they've been used to for many years. So I think it is growing, and I think it would grow and be even more beneficial if we had that Erev back up and running.
Councillor D'Souza.
Shalom, Rabbi Namishma. Rabbi, tell me, did I hear you right when you said you're restricted from doing your job in the Randwick Hospital area during the Sabbath. Is that right?
Yes, to an extent, yes.
That you mean you can't do your job? You can't give them divine redemption? Is that you can't help these people?
I can help them. I can go there and give them emotional support and spiritual support and sit with them. But as far as physical support, whether it's a care pack or meals, I cannot do that on the Sabbath now.
Rabbi Abrahams, you also said this was something that was there. It was all connected. Light rail and all that came along and disconnected it. So all you're asking for is what already was.
Correct.
So that we can continue to live in harmony. We can have that sense of community for the Jewish families as we offer everyone else. Am I right?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Said.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just out of interest, does the installation and maintenance of the line, is that done by the Jewish community, or does it have to be done by electrical?
So it depends on where they're putting those sort of doorways. So, for example, in the Sydney Arrow went up in 2002. That was the initial Arrow that went up, originally just in the Bondi area, and then it grew. But one of the issues that they faced in Bondi was that a lot of the cliff and the fencing there was a natural border. So if you have a fence there, it's already a wall. But where there were the opening to the beach, on the promenade to get into the beach, there was a big issue that it was wide open. And they couldn't put a fence there because people had to go through. So what they installed there was they installed lampposts. So I think about 5 or 6 lampposts they installed. And they just ran a cable over the top of it. So it's just like a series of doorposts. But I'd say that most people probably don't even know that, don't even notice them. And so a lot of the infrastructure, so that was put up by Waverley Council. They paid for that and put that up. Most of the work on the light rail was paid for by the Sydney Area Committee. And a lot of all of the maintenance on the sort of electricity poles and things like that is all maintained and paid for by the Sydney Jewish community.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My follow-up question. You mentioned you're only going as far as Pagewood, but there's a growing Jewish community all the way down to Little Bay. I'm just wondering if you propose to one day go all the way down to the bay. Huge big loop, but anyway, a lot of work for you.
It would be great. It would be great, and maybe it's something to look at in the future as the community does grow. But for now, we're just trying to get it up and running to the way it was a few years ago.
Councillor Burst.
Thank you, Rabbi, for coming and talking today. When you look at Randwick Council, our big moniker is a sense of community. So if this area was extended to this area, will that bring a sense of community to the Jewish people?
Most definitely, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillors, we'll now go for a short break and we will resume at 8:30. Councillors, I now reopen the meeting at 8:37 p.m. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, will move to MM13/24, condolences for the victims of the Bondi Junction attack. Councillors, I take this as read, but it goes without saying that I don't think anyone, well, certainly I have not been witness to anything like this in our community before, and I think that probably goes the same for many of us in this room. Everyone was completely shocked. I think all of us knew people who were either in Westfield at the time or had perhaps just been there. For the people who passed away, I mean, it is just a devastating loss. We know that from the reports that have come out that it does appear that the assailant was targeting women. And our hearts also go out to Faraz Tahir, a recent Australian citizen, a refugee who had come from extremely difficult circumstances himself, only to lose his life defending the lives of others. All the people there, the young bride-to-be, the international student, the other all of the other people there, the loss to their families and friends, work colleagues, community members, children and parents at the local schools. It's just very, very shocking. I attended the vigil at Bondi Junction last Sunday, or the Sunday before, and there were many people from Randwick who travelled that short distance, albeit over to Bondi, to attend and pay their respects, and many people were just visibly upset. So I do thank Mayor Paula Marcellos and Waverley councillors for the work that they have done in supporting the community. And Vale, Pikria Dachia, Ashley Good, Dawn Singleton, Faraz Tahir, Jade Young and Chen Yichuan, I commend the motion. Thank you. Councillor Pandolfini.
Yeah, thanks. Mayor, I just would like to also commend the Merrill Minute and also all of your very compassionate messages of support that you've offered over this time to the victims, families, survivors and members of Waverley Council and the surrounding areas. Like I'm sure everybody has had a story, I have been personally affected as a mother at one of my children's schools' lives was taken. And so it has affected my family quite dramatically. And as you noted, the New South Wales Commissioner has said that it was an obviously targeting women, and discussing violence against women should not be brushed under the carpet. So it's important to make this point when discussing the event. So yeah, I'd like to thank you for this Merrill Minute and commend it to everyone else.
Thank you. If there are no other speakers, I will put the motion. All those in favour? Those against, I declare that carried. We now move to MM14/24, proposed closure of Kensington Post Office. Councillors, we have seen, the closure of bank branches, post office branches. I have written to the Australia Post expressing our concerns about this, noting the mayoral minute and our objections and community objections. Many people do use this large post office on Anzac Parade. It's on a major thoroughfare. It is, essential for many in our community who use the post office boxes, who undertake all of those postal transactions that can actually only be done physically, although we all use emails. When you need to send a parcel, get your passport or any of those things, you do need to attend a physical post office, and the continuous closure of these types of services, has real impacts and also affects our town centres and their ability to function as viable town centres with a variety of different services. So I commend the motion. Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, I commend the motion, but I would like to table to the meeting, and I've just circulated, so I will bring up in a minute, the letter that I wrote some weeks ago to the federal member concerning the closure of the post office, and the reply that has been received from Australia Post regarding our post office. Unfortunately, our poor post office was earmarked a long time ago, and we managed to save it once, but it is awful that we cannot save it again. And Post is closing. They're blaming the fact that the building is being sold as well, and that's not 100% the reason. The Post is not making money. They are not looking. So I've spoken as well at length with the federal member, who has spoken personally to Paul Graham, and they don't want to hear a bar of it. They're not looking at putting a post anywhere near Kensington either in the near future, which is really sad. The way that Kensington has been abominated, there's such a word, at the moment, there isn't even anywhere for them to move, because we're in a state of demolition all over the place, which is a sad and sorry sight to see. That post office has been there. I remember when the post office was not even that building, but a really cute little building with a wooden veranda. And it went by the wayside to replace with the new one. So it's with great sadness that I deliver the message of Australia Post that we will not be having a post office in Kensington again. And it's quite a sad day to have to get up and report such a thing. And I hope you get better responses, but I can't see that it will happen, and it saddens me to have to say that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Luxford. And yes, we have also received a response to the Mayor's office as well. In the negative, yeah. Councillor Rosenfeld.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, it's good, just to Councillor Luxford, it's good to see that the member for Kingston Smith has written to Paul Graham. Has he also had a meeting with the Communications Minister, Michelle Rowland, perhaps? Because that's all.
Answer that question?
Yeah, well, I'm asking you,
Okay.
so yeah.
Madam Mayor, can I reply? Okay, so I'm not sure if you are all aware how Australia Post works, but Australia Post is a government-owned business. It has its own board. So the board runs Australia Post with a CEO. The minister really has nothing to do with it, nor does the Minister for Finance, for that matter. Communications, they don't really get involved. So that's why we have gone to the CEO, and had there been opportunity through the minister, I'm sure our member for Kingsford Smith would have sought that avenue. But Australia Post is its own little company which is government owned. So the board directs profit and loss like any other business and not the minister. So, yeah, at this stage, I don't think the minister really will be too worried.
And thank you. And yes, we have written to Australia Post. Councillor De Souza.
Madam Mayor, not so long ago, the CEO of Australia Post was handing out $5,000 watches to her staff. Now that's not compassion. You know, that shows the culture that existed in Australia Post. Yes, there was hardship. I know exactly what Councillor Luxford talked about, because when I ran my businesses in Matraville, the same thing happened. Mr. Thistlethwaite was very, very good. He took it forward. He argued our case. We didn't get many results, but we got something called a post point. So my business was able to sell envelopes, express envelope stamps, all those kind of things. So they had a subsidiary business. So that's available. But there's also examples of how businesses like the Walsh Brothers at South Maroubra, there's an agent at Malabar. So the thing that's been happening is that, I won't use the word privatised, but there are opportunities, and there will be opportunities for post offices to be open in some areas if business operators decide to invest in it. Now, at the time when I looked into it, it wasn't possible because they couldn't work out how they worked out goodwill, because snail mail was out, emails were in, parcels were coming in. Anyway, there were many reasons why it wasn't profitable, so they couldn't put a figure or offer me an opportunity. But I don't think the postal service is dead and gone. I do believe, like Lazarus, it'll have a second coming, and there will be privately owned agencies, and that I think may happen. But as we've seen at South Maroubra and Malabar, opportunities are there, maybe, and I don't know if this has occurred, but maybe the chemist there, I forget her name now, Rose, I think her name is, maybe she can apply for an agency, and with the help of Mr. Thistlethwaite and others, maybe she can have the agency and the postal service can continue, or she can apply for what I applied for and got, and that shouldn't be hard, a post point where you can sell stamps and envelopes and emergency bags, whatever they call those things, overnight services, and we got a yellow box outside the chemist. But there are opportunities, so you should tell your residents not to give up hope. Yes, it's a setback, but it is a commercial decision. At the end of the day, even the postman or woman will now deliver just, I think, twice a week or something like that. Times are changing. We have to evolve, we have to adapt, and Mr. Thistlethwaite and other people have done a great job taking forward our case. But at the end of the day, it's a commercial decision, and they can't influence it. Same in council life. People bring up things and this and that, and I've said to them, look, we don't get involved with commercial decisions. This is with building applications, and they say things like, oh, I could have done, it's only... But I said, look, it's done. It's black and white. The rules are rules. Anyway, I just wanted to say that Mr. Thistlethwaite's done a great job, and he did for me, and he's done for this community. But this is a commercial decision. I don't think it'll be reversed, but I think opportunity may arise further down the track. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor De Souza. Councillor McCafferty.
I just want to endorse Councillor Luxford's position on this. This is the worst kind of short-termism that you can see from a government. I have worked in New South Wales government when the government was actually closing schools. Meanwhile, there was a baby boom going on. So in 5 years' time, they were having to build new schools to deal with all of the children that were being born. When you look at K2K and what is happening at the moment and the types of developments that are going forward in this particular area, this is the worst kind of short-termism, because in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time, there will definitely be demand for a post office. So I condemn the government in the strongest terms possible.
Thank you, Councillor Pandolfini.
I guess I would just say that something like this closure would be off the back of 12 years of a Liberal government. But my point to this is that, you know, we need to do all that we can to continue to allow our town centres that aren't thriving to thrive, and that's why banks are closing and post offices are closing. So I think an area like Kensington, just like the new restaurant that we were talking about at dinner that opened up and had queues around the block, we need to continue to support small businesses and for lively activity to happen in town centres. Thanks.
Councillor Hay.
I'd like to thank the Mayor for bringing this Mayoral Minute. I myself have moved my notice of motion, so I'll talk about it more then. But it's absolutely crucial that we do everything we can to try to, well, as your Mayoral Minute asks, that we've written a letter to the post office and we try every avenue we can to save this vital community infrastructure.
Thank you. If there's no further speakers, I'll put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We now move to MM15/24, Refugee Week 2024. Refugee Week is held in June from the 16th to the 22nd of June. It's an opportunity to, you know, demonstrate our appreciation and support for all of the refugees who have made Australia such a wonderful and diverse multicultural community to live in. Their contributions have been immense, and it's important that we demonstrate our support and appreciation during this very important week. Councillor Nielsen.
Yes, I commend your Mayoral Minute, Madam Mayor, and I just wanted to suggest, and I've sent the amendment that I'm proposing through to Mr Kelly, and the amendment is we add a point F, and that is to use the previously designed "All Welcome Here" posters, and they've been circulated to you, councillors, around the, excuse me, Councillor Hamilton, you would have got one on your desk, and we had these posters up, and the amendment would mean use the previously designed "Or Welcome Here" posters in bus shelters at appropriate locations across the city to further show our support of refugees and displaced persons. It's a great message on this particular poster that was designed by our council staff in conjunction with some residents as well a few years ago, and basically it says that we're supporting cultural diversity in Randwick City. It includes the statement and a welcome zone for refugees and displaced persons. And not only does the poster include welcome words or phrases from the most frequently spoken languages in our community, but also the word Ilinjibi, and I apologise for my pronunciation, which is the most appropriate Indigenous word. I just think it would be really good for us to be putting it up in our bus shelters, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Nielsen. Yes, I'm very happy to incorporate that. Councillor Said.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I'd like to commend you on this Mayoral Minute. I just had a story I'd like to convey about a preconceived idea about a refugee, or what people think refugees are and where they come from, etc. I was at the Anzac Day celebration at Matraville RSL, and I was talking to our new local chemist, Moses, who I thought had grown up in Australia, and he's Armenian by nationality, and I thought, you know, and we were just chatting, and he loved the whole idea of getting involved in Australian things because he appreciated that the life that Australia had given him. And he said, and every day is a bonus when I wake up with a smile on my face because I live in this country. And I said, Moses, I love your attitude. And why do you have this attitude? And it's because he actually was Armenian, who was born in Syria. He watched, as a 20-year-old, he watched his church get burnt down. He came to Australia as a refugee with $300 in his pocket. He went to, worked very hard, earned enough money to go to become a pharmacist, bought the pharmacist in Australia, so he's like a very good news, a fantastic good news story. And he's a refugee, and I asked him if we ever do have something where people give talks about, and he's quite happy to come to any council event and tell the people his story. So I commend you on this, and like I said, I think people have a preconceived idea of refugees, and it could be anyone amongst us, and it's good to get it out there that they really do need a helping hand, and this is the lucky country.
Thank you very much, Councillor Said. If there are no further speakers, I'll put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. The next motion, Mayoral Minute MM 16/24, is to acknowledge the wonderful work done by all of the volunteers in our community and all across New South Wales, and promote Volunteer Week, which is occurring next month from the 20th to the 26th of May. Many of us, if not all of us, are quite heavily involved in local volunteer groups, whether it's your local PNC or surf club or sporting group or just the myriad of other groups that are running in our city. The idea for this, not that it's an original idea, but I was fortunate to visit Ronald McDonald House a few months ago, and as I'm sure you're all aware, they provide accommodation and support to families who have children who are staying in the hospital, and often they're bringing other children who are well, but while the parents are visiting their young child who is obviously in hospital and quite severely unwell, often need support with cooking, maybe a little bit of babysitting, and just sort of general help. And so we have given them some financial support through the contingency fund, but they were also very keen to help see if we could promote them to get more volunteers. And that is the case. The Seroptimists are a similar group to the Rotary. They're like a female women's Rotary that's been going for over 100 years now. They have a chapter here in the eastern suburbs. Their president, Vicky Johnston, is known to many of us through her wonderful work in domestic violence. And of course, there's Friends of Malabar Headland, Bush Care, and so many other wonderful groups. So I think it will be a really good gesture for Council to help promote Volunteer Week and some of these organisations. If there's no speakers, I will put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We'll move to MM 17/24, financial assistance and donations for February and March. I take this as read. All of these are very worthy, very worthy organisations seeking funds. The final one, Serving Hands, is through a wonderful small church community, the Coptic Church in Kensington. They have actually been providing 180 meals, and they're really good meals, like they cook butter chicken and all sorts of properly cooked meals in their kitchen there, and provide these to residents at Lexington Place and Kallura. So these meals actually come in at about $3.50 a meal, so they do a great job, so I commend the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We move to MM 18/24, the Institute of Public Works Engineering Australasia New South Wales Awards. Our council officers have been doing some really wonderful work in this department, and we've had a number of nominations and indeed wins in this very prestigious awards, including to Titania Castro-Canes, who's a student engineer, for winning the 2024 IPWA David Abbott Award Young Engineer of the Year. Councillor Hay.
I'd like to agree with this. This is very well deserved. I'd like to just quickly point out that the Fitzpatrick Park Playground is absolutely amazing, and I'd like to pass my congratulations. We take our two children to play at a variety of parks, but Fitzpatrick Park is their favourite in the local community. So it's very appreciated that we went above and beyond on this, and it's amazing that the team has been recognised in a statewide with a statewide award, because the work has been truly amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Said.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Also, I'd like to congratulate the engineering team and the outdoor team. As you know, when they proposed the Heffron Centre, which won the award in Category 8, the whole team behind Todd Clark actually really put their blood, sweat and tears into it, made sure they crossed their T's, dotted their I's. They really did and it wasn't easy. There was a lot of hard work, a lot of angst, and there was a lot of not controversy, but objection at the time. But they powered through and made sure it was probably one of the best, which is acknowledged now, one of the best capital works programs in any council, which has been acknowledged through this award. So I'd like to congratulate them. And it seems like all our young engineers that come through there seem to be, I think this is not the first time they've been awarded, so it seems like we are doing something right with our trainees. So all kudos to the engineering department.
Thank you. Councillor D'Souza.
Madam Mayor, many times I've said this, where there is no vision, the people perish. Yes, we've seen the end products, and yes, we've received the awards, but there is a man that sits at your table, the General Manager, Ray Brownlee, and he's been instrumental with not only this project, but with the light rail and other projects. Yes, he's a PSM and all that kind of stuff, public service medalist. But the thing is, you need leaders, good leaders, you need a vision, and you need to surround yourself with people who share that vision and who move forward. Now, you're right, this is wonderful, these awards we've received, but I just wanted to remind you that at the helm, at the top, we set the tone, and that tone filters through, right through. This Titania, let me tell you a little bit about this young lady who got this award. I was talking to young Toddy Clark before at dinner, and he said, yes, well, younger than me, everyone's younger than me, but in saying that, this young lady shouldn't even, most probably, would never have got this award, but we gave her opportunity. We gave her a chance. So she used to design things, I believe, and she, at the desk, she did all right, but Toddy and others could see that, yes, she's great, but at the same time, there's something she wants more. So then they created another opportunity for her at the depot. And her contribution just went exponential because she was doing something she liked and she was surrounded by like-minded people. And that's when she evolved, and that's when she became the great engineer that she is today. So again, I'd like to say thank you to the General Manager, to Todd Clark, and others who inspired her. What we have here, the product we have here, is a product of Randwick City Council's education, inspiration, and the opportunities we've given others. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, councillors, and I'm sure the award that was presented to this wonderful young staff person, yes, I'm very grateful that council has provided her with a wonderful and supportive working environment, but it is no mean feat. It is down to years of work in primary and high school, applying herself with absolute dedication and hard work, and then through the incredibly challenging environment of university engineering. I don't know what the HSC is required for that, but I believe it is extremely high, and I would like to congratulate her on an award which I am sure is well deserved and is based entirely on merit and her efforts. If there are no further speakers, I will put the Merrill Minute. All those in favour? Those against, I declare that carried. We now move to MM20. This is actually a little bit of a typo. I believe it should read MM19/24, calling for action to end domestic, family and gender-based violence. Again, I'm sure councillors have shared the shock and horror of myself and everyone in the community.
Sorry, just in relation to this, Madam Mayor, I actually might declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest, but just for the avoidance of any consideration of a conflict of interest, just my employment, I do work in issues related to this and will likely have some involvement in this particular policy area, so I will absent myself.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. The okay. Councillors, I won't dwell in detail on this other than to say that I'm sure everyone in this room, along with everyone in our community, has been utterly horrified. And I believe I heard reported in the media today that there has been a 28% increase in incidences of domestic and family violence, specifically against women. I understand that there has been another such incident with a young 19-year-old woman in Bondi who was killed this morning. The incident in Bathurst, I think, was particularly shocking for many, and of course the targeted incident at Westfield earlier this month, a couple of weeks ago. Randwick Council and the dedicated staff that we have working at Council who have really devoted themselves with such huge commitment and purpose, I think are a credit to Council. And we've had many Merrill minutes and notices of motion from councillors from all political parties over the years who've really demonstrated our steadfast commitment to trying to end this scourge. And tomorrow is Domestic Violence Remembrance Day, and I hope everyone is able to attend the event at High Cross Park, which will take place between 12 and 1 p.m. So I commend the motion. Councillor Pandolfini.
I would also like to commend this motion and say that it's a chilling statistic that one woman is being murdered every 4 days in this country. And as the Mayor has said, today was another one of those days. And this nation is at the peak of what has long been a crisis. It was bad before, but it is even worse now. I would like to say that frontline experts must be listened to and programs funded immediately. There have been multiple calls for change in policy and funding towards violence against women that have immediacy, and all leaders on all sides of politics concur that this is a crisis and women don't feel safe. Frontline services need funding, and the harm that drug and alcohol addiction, gambling addiction and mental health issues have on violence against women must be taken seriously. Insidious forms of violence, of intimidation and violence need to be called out, as well as violent language and taunts and threats towards women. Violence is a form of entitlement, and entitlement is insidious, and it relies for its persistence on a refusal to acknowledge that it is even there. I would also like to note that previous Australian of the Year, Rosie Batty, who's revealed the psychological cost of being a woman with something to say, has endured relentless online bullying and vile and vicious trolling. And while she's grown a thick skin in her advocacy, it is clear that the attacks have hurt her. She has called on the federal government to increase funding for gendered violence and prevention to make it more consistent, and has urged the government to act on lessons from the emergency response to the pandemic and treat violence against women and children with the same urgency. She has said, I'll finish, that it is essential to tackle the root causes of gendered and family violence, ingrained sexist attitudes that lead to the abuse. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Pandolfini. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I also commend this. I've stood up here myself and have put forward my own opinions about this issue and have made statements that we need to be doing something. It's just so tragic to see that this continues to happen again and again. And I said last time, and I'll say it again now, as a mother of two daughters, it's frightening. It's just really, really frightening. It's scary that my daughters are at the age where that you see all the time on the news, and it's just tragic. And I think that what we really should do, and I'm great that we have a vigil and we do recognise as much as possible what's happening. We acknowledge it's happening. We stand up against it. We do what we can. I just wish that we could do more, and it's just horrible that we hear it and we know that it's this bad and we know it's getting worse. But what more can we do? I wish that we could do something else. And, you know, I hope that we can come together as, you know, all parties to talk about this in the future and maybe do something more, because it's just tragic. It honestly is. And one of the things that I think we should really take heed of is the pain and suffering of the families, and never ever subjugate this issue as a personal thing that we have not had personally done to us, and try to project that out into the community that you know, you're taking the victim's position, when, unless you've been there as a family member, we have no idea how horrible it is for them. So I really do hope that we are able to do more, and we get a big turnout at the vigil, because it's very important for us to visualise and to be present and to acknowledge that this is something that's a scourge in our society right now.
Thank you, Councillor Chappell.
Just to speak very briefly in favour of the motion, and specifically the call for more funding for frontline services. I just think it's really critically important. We have the amazing deli in our area, which does an incredible job on a pretty small amount of money, to be honest, dealing with such a massive issue. But there's no way they could possibly service the entire need of our community. The need for places for people to be able to flee. I mean, if you look at the cost of just renting a room around here, it's uneconomical to escape from violence, and that's a real problem, and it's one that frontline services need to be funded to address. The other thing I would just mention is legal assistance for women fleeing violence is really important. Women's legal services, this is like the bread and butter of their work, is supporting women and families fleeing violence, getting them through the court system. It's really, really tough in there, and they have been consistently underfunded for quite a while now, and it wouldn't take a lot, you know, for the federal government or state government to top them up to a place where they can really do the job and be there for every woman who needs that support.
Councillor Nielsen.
I totally support all the comments that you've made, Madam Mayor and fellow councillors. I'm just wondering whether we might include in point D, where you've got right to the Prime Minister and New South Wales Premier, we also include the local members, state members.
Very happy to, thank you. Councillor D'Souza.
Madam Mayor, I commend you on this notice of motion. I ask myself, Madam Mayor and councillors, how did we get to this point? I mean, 10 years ago or so, we had programs, we were educating people, we were taking a stand. Something like this is preventable. Violence against women is not only unacceptable, it's not something that should even have been on the front pages of our papers, because it's preventable. But it is a raw and real issue. And yes, we need to take action. I heard about programs, etc. And yes, they're all important. But a fistful of dollars will not solve this problem. What we need is education. We have to take responsibility as parents to educate our children. As community advocates, we need, if we see something wrong, we should involve ourselves and put an end to it. When I was the mayor 10 years ago, I took an oath on my behalf and on behalf of our community. And this is how it read. I swear never to commit, excuse, or remain silent about violence against women. This is my oath. And I tell you, I took it and I practiced it, and if more men and women follow the words of this oath and practice it, we would have a better society. But all of a sudden, our system seems to have broken down. violence against women has become so prevalent and so scary that maybe we've got to start. They say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, it's definitely broken. We need to fix it. And I respect your notice of motion. As Councillor Hamilton has pointed out, I hope at the vigil we have a big turnout. I hope in the stepping in and stepping out march we have a big turnout. And I hope once again we take that same oath. I swear never to commit, excuse or remain silent about violence against women. This is my oath. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. If there are no further speakers, I will put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We now move to urgent business. Is there any urgent business? Councillor Pandolfini.
Yep, I've sent through. Yep, so I've sent through an urgent motion to, I've sent one through.
Councillor Pandolfini, what is your
sorry.
urgent business and why? Can you please explain why it is urgent?
I have got urgent business. So I have an urgent motion, notice of motion, that is stating, reiterating the importance of the general public being able to contact councillors on a range of issues, but calling out the fact that violence and threatening messages and communication should not be tolerated, as I have been the recipient of numerous messages, which I will forward you all. I would like to, especially in the current environment that we are in, ensure that we commit to the social media and communication guidelines and not accept death threats.
Councillor, I do consider this urgent, so you may speak to the motion.
The council has to rule it was urgent. Yeah, not the mayor, the council. You have to vote on this. You have to, the council has to vote on it. That's what you said.
I do consider this matter urgent. I will refer to the General Manager.
I thank you, Madam Mayor. Under clause 9.3 of the Council Code of Meeting Practice, there's two sections. One is there is a motion that's put to the council for the council to make a decision whether it's urgent or not. Regardless of the vote of that, it is up to the mayor whether it's urgent or not. So the mayor can, if the mayor deems that something is urgent, the mayor's ruling is that it's urgent.
I'm still happy to put it to the vote, but I do declare the matter urgent. If it's not considered necessary, we can just move to the matter. Councillor Pandolfini.
This is a very simple motion and message. Over the past 4 days, I have received a barrage of vitriolic, violent threats of violence and death from men. The entitlement of the men who have sent these messages to me have been extremely disturbing, and I will reiterate that every single one of these messages of violence and a threat to my life and a wish of, whatever, has been from men. As I've noted here, I acknowledge that all members of the community have the complete right to contact elected officials to outline their views. However, it is never appropriate to email councillors or staff or anybody, for that matter, with threats of violence and aggression. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Chappell as the seconder.
Just very briefly, obviously I support this and I think it should apply to all of us in the room, that threats against any elected official at any level for any reason are always unacceptable. What I would also like to say though is I will note that the local police have responded very promptly, appropriately, and with quite a trauma-informed response on this, as they did when I reported a death threat to them a few months ago. And I think I would just encourage everybody, if they do receive threats like that, to go through those channels that we have there, and we're very fortunate to have them there and have them take us so seriously.
Are there any further speakers? If not, I will put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? I declare that carried. We now move to CP 14/24, UNSW land at 215B Anzac Parade. I will put it to you, Councillor Luxford. However, I will ask people to refrain from challenging until we get... Oh, actually, we're going to go through in seriatim. Apologise. Correct. So I will go through the rest of the agenda items in seriatim. CP 14/24, UNSW land at 215B Anzac Parade, Kensington, review of planning controls, challenged by Councillor Luxford. I will read them out for the benefit of those listening online. CP 15/24, Moore Park South discussion paper, council submission, Councillor Luxford. CP 16/24, a roadmap for developing Randwick's resilience and recovery framework. Challenged by Councillor Wilson. CP 17/24, renewables for Sydney project, providing residents and businesses access to renewable energy. Challenged by Councillor Chappell. Sorry. It's whoever gets it right at the end of it being read. CP 18/24, draft S17.12 development contributions plan.
Challenge.
Councillor Parker. CP 9/24, Randwick Council submission on the Eastern Blue Groper fishing rule changes. Councillor Chappell. CP 20/24, reducing textile waste in the Randwick LGA.
Challenge.
Councillor Chappell.
What? And I've got the mic on.
CP 21/24, statutory review of the Crown Land Management Act 2016. Councillor Olive, sorry. CP 22/24, Westfield East Gardens planning proposal, challenged by Councillor Rosenfeld. CP 23/24, variations to development standards under clause 4.6 to 1 to 30th of March 2024, unchallenged. CS 14/24, rubbish left on Randwick beaches, challenged by Councillor Pandolfini. CS 15/24, cycleways and bicycle facilities advisory committee, February 2024, unchallenged. Challenged by Councillor Said. CS 16/24, urban elements design manual review, challenged by Councillor Parker.
Challenge. Thank you.
CS 17/24, pump park multimodal bike track site feasibility, challenged by Councillor Chappell. CS 18/24,
Challenge.
service level review, coastal and town centre waste and cleansing services,
Challenge.
Councillor Parker. CS 5/24, Maroubra Rubik's Cube consultation,
Challenge.
Councillor Parker. CC 5/24, CC 6/24, screening of silent film, The Breaking of the Drought at the Randwick Ritz, challenged by Councillor Nielsen. CO 13/24, investment report, March 2024, unchallenged. CO 14/24, draft 2024 to 25 operational plan and budget, challenged by Councillor Olive. CEO 15/24, monthly financial report as of the 31st of March 2024, challenged by Councillor Burst. Do we have a mover for the unchallenged items? Councillor Hamilton. The seconder, Councillor said. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We now move to CP 14/24, UNSW Land 215B, Anzac Parade, Kensington, review of planning controls, challenged by Councillor Luxford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I would like to move as per the Oh, I forgot they were too slow, Maria. Crash. Okay, so where were we? Yes, so I would like to move as per the recommendation on the business paper. I think this is a great outcome, a good report, and it will be a good outcome for our residents in Doncaster Avenue. This monstrosity of an overdevelopment on such a small site is just appalling, and it's terrible that the university continues to think they need more accommodation throughout Kensington when no housing for the regular punters is actually being built. I think out of all of it, we're lucky we're getting one development. So it's a good report and a good outcome for our residents.
Councillor Rosenfeld.
Yeah, fully agree. I seconded Councillor Luxford's original motion. Happy to second this one. I'm puzzled the speaker from New South Uni doesn't seem to see that there are so many student accommodations being built already. Why do we need 3 more towers of them? And I'm always mindful of what NIDA mentioned to me when they reached out last year when it first became an issue that with this new development they can hardly access their car park, their driveway for all the different props they need. So apart from everything else, that's a huge consideration. So very happy to second this one.
Councillor Said, did you wish to speak?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, as I said before, I just don't understand how the university is a very large employer, and they are very needed within our LGA, and they do a lot of great work, etc. But it's just disappointing that they can't see that something that goes from a 7 stories height limit that goes to 23 and 20 stories, etc. And they can't understand how the community would not accept that. I just feel that it's disappointing that they've become a sort of a bad corporate citizen. As I keep reiterating, it's just very disappointing, and it's very sad that they at least can't come to a compromise, or at least stick to the 7 stories and think about the residents who live behind it and think about everything that will go with it. This will be, I think correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the SCARP buildings are only 15 or 14 stories. So this is another addition. The new one? Yeah, but the one that's built. So look how high the one that built is, and this is going to be about 8 stories high. So I just don't understand how they think that they're doing such a responsible thing.
Thank you, Councillor Olive. There's a couple more people in front of you. Councillor Olive.
I just have an amendment. I hope that the mover of the motion would accept the amendment. You can see there that Council reaffirms and includes in the submission, and should be in the planning proposal, Council's objection to commercial student accommodation being developed on this Crown land block. Down where it says amendment down the bottom there. So it's just saying that there shouldn't be student accommodation.
All right, I'll accept that.
What would it be instead, private accommodation?
What-
It's our land, public land. So public.
It's public land, you know, but it's,
Public house.
but there's so much there's so much student accommodation, you know, sort of being built, you know, sort of in Kingsford and Kensington, that, you know, sort of we need more diverse housing. And, you know, sort of if this was, you know, sort of other residential accommodation rather than student co-living accommodation, then, you know, sort of, and it's on Crown land, that would be preferable.
Question?
Question from Councillor Nelson.
Sorry. I agree with the sympathies of the intent of the statement, but aren't pretty much all the, this is a question through you to the relevant officer, aren't all the student accommodation at Randwick, at University of New South Wales, if not commercial, they're not actually run by the university, they're sort of, how do you define them? I'll put the question to you. How do you define the accommodation, please, that they have there?
Through to Mr. Kiriakou.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The university does have accommodation providers that it allows onto the site to then provide the accommodation at certain rates for the students. So there's a combination of that, as well as directly providing accommodation for students that they manage themselves. The challenge with this particular amendment is that the university land and the zoning does allow for the university to provide student accommodation. The fact that it is perhaps charged for is not really a matter for consideration that sort of the council would be able to take or the panel in terms of whether the planning proposal should proceed on the basis of the planning framework.
Councillor D'Souza and then Councillor Chappell.
Madam Mayor, Councillor Said asked, he doesn't understand how the university isn't or hasn't been a good corporate citizen that can do more. I can answer that in one phrase, a phrase we've heard many times before when it came to Meriton. We said, this is not need, this is greed. And I say that line again here. There is no need for this mega structure, this 23-storey building to be built. It's greed that motivates the university and not need. As it's pointed out by others, yes, it'll be sublet, etc. So I don't believe this is in the community's best interest, and that's why council has written this report, and that's why the community has protested. Now also, one of our great institutions is the National Institute of Dramatic Arts, or as we all know it as NIDA, affectionately know it as NIDA. Now they're not troublemakers. They're not people who'll just protest over something. They're actually very good corporate citizens or citizens. They complain. I met and I talked with Liz Hughes. She's the CEO of NIDA. We were actually together a couple of days ago at a function, and of course this came up. But in saying that, this is going to affect them quite drastically. They believe that this is going to change the dynamics of the way they operate. And as has been pointed out by others and confirmed by this report, this is unnecessary. It's not going to make a big difference to student accommodation. It sounds like it's, but as Councillor Olive points out, it already exists. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, we say. It already exists. So why are we doing this? Why are we causing angst to our community? Why are we challenging the dynamics of our community and the rest that goes with it? I think enough is enough. And this 23-storey or high infrastructure or building will only cause problems for our community, and it won't do what it says it's going to do. offer accommodation for the needy or the students. This, as I said, is greed and not need. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Chappell, did you have a question or were you speaking to? You were coming. Okay, I'll go to a question from Councillor Parker.
I just have a question through to the Director of City Planning concerning the commentary he provided earlier in relation to the effect of point E. My understanding is point E effectively is a statement of aspiration by the council, and while we're not asking the planning panel or any planning authority to make a decision to that effect, it is simply stating that this is the desired intentions of the council for that particular site. Is, in your view, is there anything which prevents us from making that statement of aspiration?
Through to Mr. Kerry Kiriakou.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's a question as to the appropriateness of the statement. Given that this is a planning proposal, it's being submitted to the Randwick Local Planning for their advice, and their advice is limited to planning matters. This is more a question of the appropriateness of having land put to a certain purpose which has commercial characteristic to it. And I don't think, in my view, that benefits the planning proposal in any way in relation to the consideration of the panel.
I just have one follow-up to that through to the Director of City Planning. If it was clarified that it was a statement of aspiration by the elected council and not a commentary on the specific planning merits of a particular proposal, do you think that that would alleviate that concern?
Through to the Director of City Planning.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, that would go a long way.
Could I please propose to the mover of the motion that council deletes the words "and includes" in the submission, and for point E, that reaffirms the elected, so reaffirms the elected council's, so rather than objection, put the word aspiration for commercial student accommodation not being developed. Could I just confirm that the mover of the motion? So point a revised point E would read reaffirms the elected council's aspiration for commercial student accommodation not being developed on this Crown land block.
And Madam Mayor, through to Mr. Kiriakou, is that statement, is E now, written better or put better for the proposal there that we have?
Through to the Director of City Planning.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that distinguishes the point from being associated necessarily with the planning proposal and its proposed changes.
Thank you. Accept that amendment.
Councillor Chappell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to briefly, the speaker earlier mentioned affordability, and I do think it is a hot topic among students. And while I was sitting here, I was taking a look at Igloo, which is the provider, and what it costs to rent one of their places. And I have not been at university for a little while, but I was still pretty shocked to see a room in a 6-bedroom apartment at their other residences going around $750 and studios going around $900. This is, built on public land, so it's the alienation of public land for private profit. It is entirely, exempt from a whole bunch of other planning laws. So, you don't need to make things as big as they usually are or provide other amenities, parking spots, etc. you usually have to provide. And these costs are astronomical. And it's not that it can't be otherwise, because existing providers at UNSW are providing housing at a significantly lower cost. So University Terraces, for instance, have 2-bedroom apartments available from $378, which is an amount a student could conceivably buy. And I think we really, with this kind of stuff, we need to be talking to these people down in the nitty-gritty, and looking at actually what's going to be built and who is going to get into it. Because it's possible there are enough students who could go there, but could they actually pay to get in the door? Thanks.
Councillor Luxford, do you wish to close the debate? Oh, apologies, Councillor
Sorry, just
Nielsen.
one little comment. I would like to commend the officer's report. I think it's an outstanding report. Thank you.
I will put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried unanimously. We now move to CP 15/24 Moore Park South discussion paper, Randwick City Council submission. Challenged by Councillor Luxford.
So I would like to move this in an amended fashion. So the amendment is up there for everyone to see. So I have been in discussion with the collective who have put in their submission to the government regarding the proposed changes at Moore Park Golf Course. So this golf course has been there for 110 years. For 110 years, it hasn't bothered the residents of Kensington, being an 18-hole golf course and people just golfing away and everyone's happy. With the proposed changes that the government and the Sydney City Council wish to make, our residents will be severely disadvantaged. So for that reason, the golf course should stay, and we should support that the golf course remains an 18-hole golf course and not a 9-hole golf course as City of Sydney and the government would like it to be. The golf course should not be carved up because City of Sydney, previous governments, whoever, have overdeveloped Green Square, Zetland, Waterloo and Alexandria. We have the Sutton site, which will be encroaching on West Kensington, which we have brought up many times. And as one of the speakers tonight did mention, it would have been a far better use of that land to be turned into some sort of green space instead of carving up what is already green space to provide more green space. The golf course is quite historical. It's on land that was given to the public to remain public, and my fear is that if we set a precedent giving away public golf courses, well, ours will be next because, we still have a development down in Little Bay hanging over our heads by Meriton. So, more green space will be required, and slowly 18-hole public golf courses will disappear, and we should not be assisting in setting a precedent. I hope that you can all support this motion and that we support the collective by keeping the golf course as it is, in maybe a slightly amended fashion. I have been privy to some of the information that has gone to the government. That it's not quite public yet because they are giving the government the courtesy of seeing it first before it goes public. So support the golf course, support 18 holes and keep the golf course public.
Thank you, Councillor Hay.
Thank you, and I would like to second this motion. The plan to close half the golf course would return 20 hectares to public parkland, but With the expert consultation and design that has been engaged on the report, which is not yet made public, a similar amount of land will actually be returned to the public with more public access and thoroughfares. So it is going to be possible for us to return something near 20 hectares of land, public park, to the people while retaining 18 holes. So there is, it is possible for everyone to get a win-win in this situation, and that is what we should be pursuing. Secondly, I'd like everyone to remember that we have the golf course, we have the Moore Park, which is north of, the Moore Park, we have the four fields north of Sydney Boys High, and we have all of Centennial Park, as well as other parks. They all form an ecosystem where we have the golf course, which makes money, and it spends money on those other parks. As the speaker said tonight, Mr. Janik, he said that they give $15 million to Centennial Parklands every year, and that is half of their annual budget. And where does that money go? Maintaining 120 different sports fields. That includes all the sports fields within Centennial Park, which I need not remind anyone is within the Randwick Council boundary. If we take away the profitability of the golf course, then Centennial Parklands will lose half its budget, and the quality of all of our sporting fields and the 120 sports fields maintained by Centennial Parklands will degrade. Because in my question I asked Mr. Janik, no one is going, or dramatically fewer people want to sign up to a 9-hole golf course. It will start the death of the club, and it will cause everyone to be unable to finance the rest of the park ecosystem. So this is the appropriate course of action. We wait for the reports to become public, and we back the 18 holes, because that's what can get everyone to win. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Chappell, then Councillor Rosenfeld, then Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I would just like to foreshadow moving as per the business paper, and then I'd like to speak briefly, if I may. And just to speak about why I would do that, I mean, I do not share the concerns in this room about the impact of the reduction of this course to 9 holes. It's happened in a bunch of places already. It does seem to be a kind of trend. 9 holes is still a fairly decent amount of time to play golf. It would require a pivot on the behalf of the organisation. I understand all the parkland funds are actually consolidated and they subsidise the west area. And furthermore, I mean, the thing I would note is there are 8 public golf courses in the Eastern City District. They may not be right next to this one, but that's the information in our business paper, prepared for by our staff. That's not my research. And this is one of the areas in our LGA with the lowest access to public open space. Now, I know there are plans by the golf course to improve access to public open space, but it's hard. Golf is actually not a sport that is greatly compatible with other uses of the area at the same time. I mean, I don't know if you've been to the Northern Beaches with some of the golf courses there have got, you know, mixed use, but it means a whopping great fence going down the side with, you know, big barriers over the top of it to protect people from being donked in the head by a golf ball. Like, golf does not live well alongside many other you know, recreational activities unless the golf stops for that time period and other people go into the ground, and then you have the risk of, you know, the greens being torn up and other things. Like, that's just a fact. Why I would like to move the motion as originally on the council paper is this is our one chance to have a say on this proposal. To be honest, if Randwick Council doesn't put in a proposal or we say we don't like it, I don't think that's going to be determinative of this in any way. But if we do go in with a smart proposal that our staff have worked out that really improves the amenity of what could potentially happen here, I think that could be quite compelling. And I think it would represent our residents better than just saying no, 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 and watching them all being swept away with the power of the state government and the City of Sydney, who have made this decision and, to be clear, are the key decision makers here.
Councillor Rosenfeld.
Yeah, I'm happy to support the motion moved by Councillor Luxford, seconded by Councillor Hay. Fully agree with the points made. Also like to add that, make no bones about it, as been reported by some political commentators, the move by, in my opinion, by Chris Minns was to basically placate Alex Greenwich in order to basically, given it's a minority government, in order to have a more friendly relationship with him in Parliament when it comes to voting on numerous issues. It's been well known that Clover Moore has been against the Moore Park Golf Course as it is as an 18-hole course for a long time. So it definitely is, in my opinion, quite a political move by Chris Minns in that sense, and was widely reported that way at the time when the first policy came out. And it would have been nice if, like I asked the President, whether that policy could have come out before the election, but so people could have at least voted on that if they felt so strongly. Unfortunately, it came out after. But that's the point I'm at. Fully support the motion.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also support the motion. A couple of the really key points that John Janik made when he spoke was about how the course itself would start to lose the opportunity for the members to compete across all other golf courses. And we're talking about a public golf course. So we're talking about the fact that people are able to access this much more easily than a private golf course. They're very expensive, as he pointed out. And I think that we're losing the point that all ages can play golf. I play golf. I'm not very good at golf, but I like it. It's something that you can do that you're not directly competing with somebody else. You're competing with yourself. You can do it all times of the day. You can do it in the rain, and you can grow old and continue to play golf. One of my friends' mums played golf until she was like 90, and so you can continue to do this sport, and you can't say that about many other sports. You really can't. Golf is one of those sports that really does transfer across all ages, genders, everything. So there's no real barriers to people playing golf. I have stood and watched disabled golfers playing at the Player Series, because it's called the TPS, each year, and it was held at Bonnie Doon last year. And I watched a golfer roll up in a device. The golfer had no legs, and that device lifted his body up so that he was in a vertical enough position so that he could hit the ball. And it was incredible to see that there's such a passion for golf that they have made a device like this, that they've made a mechanical machine so he could roll around the golf course and still get himself into an upright position. And I stood there in awe, and so did many other people watching that player hit the ball so far. So I think that people underestimate that. We all talk about sport, and we talk about we need to, have change rooms for everyone, and we talk about improving all the sports fields, and we do all this, basic, we don't really put our money where our mouth is when we talk about golf. It's just really strange that we want to have a go at golf, and because of the size of the landscape that it takes up. But because of that, we have these beautiful open spaces. Because of that, we have, airflow around our cities. And this is a remarkable golf course being so close to the city of Sydney. And I think that the council there are fools for making this decision. They really are, because it's also a tourist attraction. The driving range is fantastic. We would take our kids to the driving range. I didn't make a declaration of pecuniary interest or anything, because it was a long time ago. They were little. But when they're little, they can still hit a ball at a driving range. So I just can't believe that we'd even be considering this. I think, first and foremost, we should stay out of it. Secondly, 18 holes or nothing.
Councillor D'Souza.
Madam Mayor, I'm conflicted on this one. I did start speaking to Ms. Yannick about my core values of equity, social justice, and a fair go for all, and in saying that, that's exactly what this course offers. it's a public course. I also asked what's the difference between a public and a private course, and that, even though I knew the answer, it made it obvious that the public course offers opportunities to many who may not have had the opportunity, who can afford $30,000, even $2,000 a lot, but are Indigenous kids and other kids from social housing, those most in need in our community, have opportunities. And I'm sure I may put the question, do we have any programs to assist our social housing kids and our Indigenous? Because I'm sure they do, because it's a public course, and that's something a private course won't offer. So yes, I support what Councillor Luxford has put forward, but then I think about World Series cricket, and I think about 2020 cricket, and I think about the changes that occurred in cricket, the evolution. And the thing is, it worked. Councillor Chappell mentioned, things, it can work. We have eight holes, yes, isn't much, but it's a compromise, same as 2020 cricket when it came along. People said it won't work, it'll kill Test cricket, all the rest. But people like Kerry Packer and others believed, and they improved it. They made it family friendly. They encouraged people to come to the cricket, and it's a success. So as I said, I am conflicted. I agree with Councillor Luxford. Yes, it shouldn't be closed because it offers opportunity to many. And then I have Councillor Chappell who puts forward a sound argument. Yes, but 8 holes is good enough. It can be used in an introductory form. Yes, they can start there and move on. I do understand the funding. I do understand the loss in trade. But as I said with cricket and other sports, the 20 over now is big. The one-day cricket is big. But when we started on this cricket evolution or revolution, we would have said, oh, it won't work, and maybe we could have killed it then. But there are people, as I mentioned, visionary people, who come up with these ideas. I don't like it, but if it can be shown that it's a better solution and it can work, well, I'd support it. But as I said, I'll wait and see for the rest of the debate before I make my mind up on how I'll be voting. Thank you.
Councillor Olive.
Yeah, I'd just like to make the point, because I have played, at Moore Park, quite a bit. I've also played around Randwick and Wallara, Marrickville, some of these other golf courses, which are more open and inviting, than is Moore Park. And I've always had the thought for a long time that Moore Park had a fence around it and it holds off residents. Not unless you're a golfer, you don't actually get to experience that particular green space. And I've always thought that Moore Park could do better. If you go to Randwick, even though it hasn't quite married properly yet, you see walkers walking around the golf course on the coastal walk, and golfers playing at the same time. When you're a golfer, so if you're on a golf course, it's etiquette that you don't hit up on anyone. So you don't donk each other on the head. And so you take the same sort of attitude to walkers and walkers. There has to be a new etiquette here. But my point is that there are these other golf courses that are far more open and accepting of the public to use them as green space than Moore Park has been. And I'm interested that they've got a plan, and I hope it's a good one, because if they haven't, it'll be a huge disappointment, I think, and a huge loss for the public.
This Councillor Burst.
Firstly, just a few sobering facts. New South Wales Golf contributes $1.5 billion to the New South Wales economy. Almost $30 million of charitable contributions per year. The social contributions, the health contributions, the environmental contributions. So golf plays a big part in that, and Moore Park plays a piece of the puzzle. As for the impacts of changing it from an 18-hole to a 9-hole golf course. Quite simply, it's discriminatory. You are discriminating against elderly, discriminating against young, discriminating against disadvantaged people that haven't got any money in their pockets that want to play around the golf and want to get a leg up. You're discriminating against men, women, boys, girls, and also the buzzword that gets chopped around and thrown around everywhere, sustainability. By removing this making this golf course go from 18 to 9 holes, you are removing sustainability of our environment around this golf course. So that can't be a good thing. So I will certainly be supporting this amendment and retaining 18 holes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to ask a question before we wrap it up. Councillor Chappell, you mentioned there's 8 public courses in our LGA through the Mayor.
It's in the paper.
We only have 5 courses in the
Eastern City District.
Oh, but you said the LGA. Sorry, I'm not trying to be pedantic. Well, within our LGA, I'll go back to keeping it to the LGA. There's 5 courses, and one of them is only a true public course, and that's at Randwick. And we know the vultures have been hanging around Randwick, and that's why I asked the question to the Speaker. I really do feel that if Moore Park goes, Randwick is next, and Randwick Golf Club is probably the only golf club in the whole of our LGA, maybe even Sydney, that is a true public course, and it really is one that's for everyone can play there, and it is very cheap to play there compared to all the others, and it'd be such a shame. It's such a good course, a friendly course, and probably the Battlers course that would be the next one that people will come gunning for. So I totally agree with the motion.
Councillor Luxford, do you wish to close the debate?
Just to reiterate what has already been said. So basically, the detrimental impact of reducing 18 holes of golf at Moore Park will reduce their rounds down to 40,000 annually from 100,000. The number of participants will reduce significantly, and especially the number of participants who can't afford the private courses around the place. And, we must bear in mind, to play on a private golf course, you have to be invited. To play at the Australian, you have to wait until somebody dies before you can actually gain any kind of membership, if you're lucky to even gain that. And let's see, there's a lot of critical success factors around the economic and social benefits of golf that will, be heavily reduced. And the proposal layout to carve up the course for parkland north of Daisy Avenue will negatively impact user experience, and in fact, many of the innovative ideas, such as lighting the golf course south of Daisy Avenue, is very unlikely due to impact on residents and the restrictions that are put on the course as far as when they can operate machinery, etc., etc. So, in saying that, 18-hole golf course, Moore Park Golf Course has always been a very competitive course. Some of the other courses now that have gone down to 9 holes are not playing in the same sort of competitions. Moore Park has nurtured quite a few of the golfers that are out there today, and we did hear Mr. Kiriaku's namesake out there in the European Games. So I commend my motion.
Are you calling for a division? Yes. Okay, there's been a call for a division. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Hay, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor McCafferty, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Said, Councillor Burst and Councillor D'Souza. All those against? Councillor Pandolfini, Councillor Chappell, Councillor Olive and the Mayor. I declare the motion carried. We now move to CP 16/24, a roadmap for developing Randwick's resilience and recovery framework, challenged by Councillor Wilson.
I am thrilled that Randwick is developing a roadmap for resilience and recovery. I am slightly concerned that the list on page 57, which I think is 10 of the paper when it's separate, page 10, has a list of dot points of people that will be considered. And I acknowledge that consideration of community sectors to involve in developing our framework includes, but, and I think it should say, but is not limited to. And there's a number of dot points, but it doesn't include people with disabilities. And I'd like to move to endorse the paper with the addition of people with disabilities as persons who should be consulted.
Yes, Councillor Said already seconded.
And my amended motion, Mr. Kelly's very kindly put it up on the screen.
Councillor Said?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just concur with Councillor Wilson that obviously it was just not even an oversight. I think it's just unfortunate that it was left off, but it's fantastic that she's added it. So I commend this motion.
Are there any other speakers? If not, I will. Councillor Wilson, do you wish to close the debate? No? Councillor Wilson, do you wish to close the debate?
No, I'll waive my right.
In that case, I will put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We now move to CP 17/24, Renewables for Sydney project, providing residents and businesses access to renewable energy, challenged by Councillor Chappell.
Just moving as per the business paper.
Seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Chappell, did you wish to speak?
Just very briefly, I just think Council is doing really great work in this space and really leading the way. And I'm particularly looking forward to getting the report back and seeing how we can go to our residents and enable them to take this up. I've lived in an apartment for quite a few years, and God, it has been such a shit show trying to get solar on the roof. And anything we can do to make it easier for our residents to buy into this stuff if they are stuck in positions where they can't do it in their own place, I think is so important.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'm really pleased to see that both mine and Councillor Burst's motion on renewables for small businesses. We really should be doing all we can to keep the shops open, as I said when I put my motion forward. Looking after them and helping them to reduce the cost of their energy bills is really important. So I know that on an individual level, yes, of course, you know, we all need help during the cost of living crisis that we're currently going through. But we do also need to help our small businesses and help make sure that they can stay open, their bills are reduced as much as possible. I know we're doing a lot for small businesses. Randwick Council staff do help as much as they possibly can, but I'm really happy to see that we're progressing this, and I thank the staff very much for their efforts.
Thank you. Councillor Pandolfini.
I also commend this motion and just wanted to also make reference to the work of the working group put together, and also the detailed motion from Councillor Beach and Wilson from 2022 that requested that we investigate options for increasing the uptake of renewables for all different parts of our community that weren't able to, like apartment dwellers, commercial tenants and small businesses. I think we need to be being as strategic as possible and taking every avenue possible when it comes to emissions reductions. My neighbours are part of I'm also in an apartment and would note the difficulty of getting solar negotiated onto a roof. But my recent neighbours that moved in are part of a solar bank, which I hadn't heard of before. So I think it's really important that we continue to be a leader in the area of sustainability in this LGA and investigate all options available. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Chappell, do you wish to close? If not, I'll put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We now move to CP 18/24 draft S17.12 Development Contribution Plan 2024, challenged by Councillor Parker.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly, can I just confirm you've got the proposed amendment? Thank you. Just prior to me moving that, can I just ask a question through to the General Manager? Does the General Manager see or can he identify any operational issues which would arise were Council to resolve for a short deferral of this for a councillor briefing?
Through to the General Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, Councillor Parker, I don't, and we certainly would bring it back quickly to you.
In light of that advice, I move it in an amended fashion that Council defer consideration of the updated draft Section 7.12 Development Contribution Plan 2024 for a councillor briefing.
Councillor Hamilton, as the seconder, do you wish to speak? Are there any other speakers? If not, I will put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We now move to CP 19/24, Randwick Council submission on the Eastern Blue Groper fishing rule changes, challenged by Councillor Chappell, seconded by Councillor Nielsen.
So just briefly to speak to this is an excellent submission on a really important issue. I strongly commend the 12-month no-take plan for blue groper. No matter how you grab them, I cannot imagine being in the water and seeing a blue groper and wanting to shoot it with a spear, or indeed any other method. They're magnificent creatures, and I know particularly at Little Bay, at Gordons Bay, and at Clovelly, we're very blessed with having regular contact with them. What I would like to say, though, is I do think we, in this space, should consider further how we message to our community around how the marine reserves coexist with fishing and spearfishing in particular. I know I've been in Little Bay before, and spearfishers are allowed to use the bay after a certain point, but they often enter from the sand and swim past swimmers, and it can be a little confronting and a bit confusing. So I just think longer term, we should think about that. I have also seen people with a line in at Clovelly when swimmers are in there, which again does not seem ideal, and perhaps in future we could think about how we talk to our community about respectfully sharing spaces.
Councillor Nielsen. Councillor Said.
The Mayor, and I totally agree with Councillor Chappell. I spoke to the General Manager a couple of weeks ago about motions that are in place and haven't been resolved yet and coming back to Council. And we've been fighting in the Southwood for the last 5 years to stop spear fishermen walking along the sand to get to the points. And we still haven't got a resolution. And there's also, at the same time, that same motion was to ban jet skis from Malabar going to a certain point. Department of Fisheries, Maritime got involved, and they still won't stop it. But the problem is, you've just reminded me of it, that they walk actually through Little Bay with spear guns. So you can imagine how frightening and dangerous that is. Then they walk along the beach, and then they get into the water, and then they go to their designated spot. But unfortunately, what if someone's swimming past a designated spot, into that designated spot, and could get... I spoke to, at the time, a few years ago, I actually spoke to representatives from all the fishing organisations, and they were in full support as long as there was a designated spot and they could enter through the rocks. So I don't know if someone can go back and look into those that motion. It would be good, because you do have a point, and we have been following it for a few years now.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Chappell, do you wish to close the debate? In that case, I will put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We now move to CP 20/24, reducing textile waste in the Randwick LGA, challenged by Councillor Chappell, seconded by Councillor Burst.
I mainly just wanted to thank the staff. This was my motion originally, and it was a bee that I had in my bonnet. And I didn't need the report to tell me a lot of the stuff we're doing at the moment, because council staff have been extremely good about getting out and telling us about particularly the clothing swaps, the mending staff, the workshops. They've been extremely well attended. They've been really popular. People have been telling me about how much they love them. And I just would like to thank our staff for really leading the way on this stuff.
Thank you. Councillor Burst.
I would also like to thank the staff. It's great to see what they're doing, and they've been doing it for a long time. So there's been a focus from a long way back to go down this path, so it's great to see, and they're doing a great job, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Councillor Hay.
I'd like to move an amendment, please. Essentially, if you read through the report, there's a lot of focus on clothing at the very end of its life cycle and saving that from landfill, rather than coming in at sort of a midway point. And it talks a little bit about the circular economy, but we could do a little bit more in that space. So I wanted to add on our council website a list of secondhand clothing retailers. So imagine all the op shops or other businesses where you can buy secondhand or donate secondhand. If we created on our website a list of all of those locations, as well as mentioning that in our, we talk a few times about educational outreach, so if we added that as well, just mentioning that as an option as part of our strategy, we could, instead of focusing entirely at the end point, we could have more of a circular use of the clothing before it gets to end of life.
Can I just ask through to the relevant officer if that would be something we would consider doing?
Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's something that we could accommodate and provide a list of those op shops and other second-hand good clothing providers that are available in the area.
I'm happy to accept the amendment. I didn't put it in there originally because I think there is a fair amount of awareness on that as opposed to textile recycling, but if it's not clear enough and we think we need to elucidate it, very happy to have that.
Councillor Pandolfini.
Yeah, I just wanted to also commend the report and also say that the clothes swaps that happen at the Sustainability Centre are just an absolutely joyful occasion. People can, like, for free, basically, you get to swap your clothes and it is poppin' and really packed. And at the same time, in another room, you know, they're teaching community members such as Madam Mayor to sew. So it's really an incredible, vibey and happy occasion. And yes, so yeah, I'd just like to commend the council staff on the report and also all of the work they're doing in this area.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Chappell, do you wish to close? I will put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We now move to CP 21/24, Statutory Review of the Crown Land Management Act 2016, challenged by Councillor Olive.
Yes, I'd like to put this motion in an amended fashion. if Mr. Kelly could put that up on there, it's just in sort of in addition to a couple of the recommendations. With this report, what's proposed originally was that Council draft a submission to the statutory review of the Crown Land Management Act 2016. This is a statutory obligation to review every certain number of years, and this is occurring at the moment. And so Council is putting in a submission relevant to this particular review. Council, in putting this submission in, Council is proposing that when the Crown Land managers, which Council is in very many of its locations, when there is need for minor repair or alteration to structures and other things that are there, that they have to put in a development application. And that is stated, if you go over there, it's in 2.23 of the Crown Land Management Act that it says that, and it's particular about a development application. Council is proposing that to go from that to exempt and compliant development, which is a bit concerning to me. There are a number of different players in this. It could be Council. That is the Crown Land manager. It could be sort of a non-council player that is the manager of Crown Land, and there are lease and licence holders. Under that particular component of the Act, any one of those can put in a development application, but it has to be a development application which is oversighted. The proposal by council staff is that there's this new category of exempt and compliant development for Crown Land, and that raises the issue to me of sort of private certifiers and the whole lot, which we've gone down that road, and it's a bit of a cul-de-sac or a dead end really for private land. So I'm a bit concerned about it for Crown Land, in the case of Crown Land. So if you look sort of at, if you look over, where are the recommendations? We could go on page 113, and you'll see at the top of the page there's one recommendation, and just halfway down the page there's another recommendation. You see with the second one, it's just the exclusion of a word, especially, and at the first one, it's the inclusion of where this applies to councils as Crown Land managers. So this is trying to imply that sort of yes, council will support an exempt and compliant development categorisation here, but only where council is the Crown Land manager, and so that means that there's more control and oversight by sort of a government body on this particular any of these developments. The first recommendation you'll see is applying to excavation, and the second one is using examples where it's successfully, there have been successful uses of exempt and complying development, but asking that be transferred to this particular realm. So, sort of basically what I'm saying is adding where this applies to councils as Crown Land managers in both of those cases, and that's the amendment that I'd like to make.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Pandolfini, do you wish to speak? Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a question through to the Director of City Planning. Could I just get some advice from you as to what were this proposal to be adopted by the state government, what its practical effect would be?
Through to the Director of City Planning.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What it's in effect asking of the state government is to apply a exempt, similar to an exempt criteria that is in other state policies, and allow councils to utilise those provisions so that they don't need to require development consent. And so the motion is effectively clarifying that it's only council that would be able to undertake that work, whereas the previous clause the recommendation referred to especially council, which opened it up to allow for other licence and leaseholders that are also Crown Land managers but are not council to undertake those sort of work.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you. Could you just give some examples of other lease or licence holders who would be Crown Land managers where this would apply to?
Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Golf courses, clubs.
Look, in light of that advice, I cannot support the amendment. I think it would be an unnecessary fetter on the operation of Crown Land, which the Crown has deemed fit in order to give Crown Land management to.
Councillor Said.
Can I just ask a question to either the mover or to the director? On page 113, I agree that the first amendment doesn't mention council as Crown Land managers, but the second recommendation, which is the second point, it actually mentions 0.223 CLM Act as council, especially where this applies to councils as Crown Land manager. So it's actually written in.
No, I took out the especially because that implies that leaseholders, licence holders, non-council.
Oh, so the especially's out. Sorry, I thought it was the same thing. I thought it was already there. Okay, there is a difference.
Councillor Hamilton.
I'd like to foreshadow, and I'll move it as per the business paper.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Olive, do you wish to close? If not, I'll put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those against? Aye. I declare the motion lost. We will now move to the foreshadowed motion as moved by Councillor Hamilton. Seconded by Councillor Parker.
I will move it as per the business paper, and I don't think I need to say any more. Thanks.
I think so, Wed, all right.
I just have a question.
Councillor Nielsen.
Sorry, I agree with the recommendation, although I take, I think the points that Councillor Olive made were very good ones and pertinent. Is there time for us to have, or can we pass this tonight, but can we also have a briefing on this as well, please? Is that possible, Mr. General Manager, or whoever is the relevant?
Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I assume that we would make the submission and still have a briefing for councillors afterwards. Yep. Yes. We can do.
So do we need to add that, or does someone just take note that we'd like a briefing afterwards? Thank you.
Are there any further speakers? If not, do you wish to close? If not, I will put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We now move to CP 22/24 Westfield East Gardens planning proposal, challenged by Councillor Rosenfeld.
Okay, challenging as per the business paper, and thanks for the hard work and for the team in doing this. Fully support this. I've been speaking to a lot of residents on our side of Bunnerong Road, and there's already a lot of reservations about the Pagewood Green and the 4th to 6 stages, Pagewood Centro it's called, and they're already, Pagewood Green's already planning lots of retail with the new stages. So Westfield planning this retail on top is certainly quite a bit excessive. On top of that, with the towers they're proposing, will come a lot more issues with regards to transport, as is mentioned in the business paper. Already, residents are telling me that they're struggling with the public transport in peak times, with all the new residents from Bayside Council across the road coming into the area. So there's already a lot of struggle on current buses. There's also pressure as far as people from across the road using parking spaces on our side of Bunurong Road. You'll recall that not long ago I did bring a motion, and Traffic Committee introduced some resident parking schemes where it was warranted and where residents were in favour. This would have to be accelerated should this go ahead. I also agree with what you talk about as far as the strategic plan with Maroubra Junction and East Gardens, and that needs to be looked at because we don't want to see Maroubra Junction disadvantaged economically at all from this. So yeah, fully support this, and the Randwick residents will certainly appreciate this. And if it's even possible, if we're able to send a representative to possibly even speak at a planning meeting, that's the question I'd like to ask the relevant officer. Is it possible, on top of sending the submission in, are we able to have an officer speak at a planning meeting with our reservations on top?
Through to the Director of City Planning.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The process from here is the department will consider the submissions, and where there is an objection by a neighbouring council to a planning proposal by another council, there's usually a process followed whereby the councils would come together to see if they can resolve the objections and the issues. This is not actually a formal application that needs to go to a panel such as the Sydney Eastern City Planning Panel. It's dealt with through the department, through their processes. But should there be a review to the Independent Planning Commission, that would be a forum by which council would present. But we've already contacted Bayside Council about it, and we are sort of bringing the discussions, and they understand the issues that we've raised. So yeah, we hope to have those resolved.
Okay. Thanks. That's all I have to say on the matter. Thank you.
Councillor Burst.
I support this business case. I just hope there's enough public and private parking, because the last thing we need is the streets of Randwick to be bottlenecked around this area because there's no parking within that facility, so they're all parking in Randwick City Council. So I hope that plan is right.
Councillor Said.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to point out that it seems like Bayside want to come together and talk about economic zones and extend and investigate additional economic activities to connect East Gardens and Maroubra Junction and complement the existing activities. I thank them for including us in this proposal, but at the same time, are they also going to share the developer contributions, considering that they're actually asking us to be part of the team? And as I pointed out in my Merrill Minute, which is on page 145, 3 years ago, that the majority of everyone who lives in East Pagewood Green, and I can guarantee it's 90%, all use the facilities in our LGA. So nothing has changed. It's only growing in population. And if you do catch there's mentions of public transport just can't cope, which they can't, because if you do catch the 392 from the city, you'll be very lucky to get on it if you don't get on by the very first bus stop. And they're all getting off at Pagewood Green, which is not in our LGA, and the only people who suffer are other people of our LGA who live in the South Ward. So I do commend the council on their submission, and we have to fight tooth and nail because this East Gardens is just the gift that keeps on giving.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Rosenfeld, do you wish to close the debate?
Just briefly, just say that certainly in our area in Central Ward, it seems like the overdevelopment seems to be always on Bayside Council side of the road and not on our side. We have more moderated development. Look at Maroubra Junction, for example, compare that to Pagewood Green. So I'd like the Bayside Council to really take that into account as well. So
I will put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We now move to CS 14/24 rubbish left on Randwick beaches, challenged by Councillor Pandolfini.
Just to move as per the big business papers and thank council officers for this report. And I specifically wanted to note the New South Wales EPA grants and the fact that there's going to be educational campaign on social media and in e-news in October 2024 through to February 2025. I think programs like that are really helpful for the community and, you know, might encourage people to tell their fellow beachgoer or town, city goer, please put your rubbish in the bin and do not leave it on the beach. So I think that all of these different operative ideas are really great and I commend them on this report. Thanks.
Councillor Burst.
Yes. Sorry, Councillor. I'm not sorry. The Forgotten South. It was good to see that we got more bins put into La Perouse, more bins put into Yarra Bay, more bins put into Malabar. We've got to keep the rage going and make sure that these bins are being used, that they're in the right places. There has been a positive impact that I've seen walking around the area and going to different events around the area. So let's just keep focus on this, and if we need to, we put more bins out there and keep our streets clean, and that's it. Thank you.
And, Councillor Chappell and then Councillor Nielsen. Okay, Councillor Nielsen, did you wish to speak? Are there any further speakers? Councillor Pandolfini, do you wish to close the debate?
No, thanks.
Okay, so I will put it up. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We now move to CS 15/24, Cycleways and Bicycle Facilities Advisory Committee, February 24, challenged by Councillor Said.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll go with the recommendation of the business paper, but I do have some questions to ask of the relevant officers just on some of the points that came out of the meeting. Madam Mayor, actually, first question is to yourself. There was a meeting with a number of Doncaster residents. Is that like recently, or a response letter has been sent to the residents who met with the mayor on site? Was that recently or a while ago?
I'm happy to answer that question. There were requests from residents to meet to discuss a range of issues a number of months ago. I met with them along with Mr Tony Lehman and J. Lee Pearce back in October last year. We stayed there on site for probably at least an hour, also half an hour to an hour. Notes were taken of the issues raised. Those responses were put forward by Mr Lehman. We then had a subsequent follow-up meeting with 3 representatives from that group to go through the proposed changes, and there were also following meetings, sort of more informal, I suppose, at the West Ward Let's Chat. So there's been many kind of opportunities where the issues were raised, and I can say that I have basically been raising them in weekly meetings with the General Manager and every other week with the Director of City Services.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And then that section, so the letters have been sent out, and also has the implementing the additional line markings, etc., has that happened?
I'll put that through to the Director of City Services, Todd Clark.
Thank
Thank you. Through yourself, Madam Mayor, Councillor C, could I confirm what part of the report you're referring to?
Oh, sorry, on page 166, 5.31, there's a community communication when the Mayor met groups. One of the actions was the council is working on implementing additional line marking for parking lanes, driveways and pavement reflective markers, as well as reviewing designs for the Kensington Public School lay-by.
Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have received an email this afternoon with an update from that meeting from Council's Manager of Integrated Transport, so I can take that question on notice but send response very quickly. We do have designs considered further to that for the Kensington Public School.
Madam Mayor, this won't be a question, but it's more of a comment, that on the next page, on 167, it really doesn't go well for building bike lanes, as whether you're for them or against them, that the overall, more people rode on the road than the separated cycleway footpath throughout all locations, roughly 60% on the road, 40% off-road. It's a real shame that we're building these bike paths and 60% of the people aren't using them. I've witnessed people using the road at Doncaster Avenue, and I also noted in one of your meetings too that the general comments from frustrated drivers are that cyclists are riding the road and not using the bike path. It's a real shame, and maybe we should communicate more with people that they should be using the bike path, seeing that's a safer way of doing it. Also, I have a question of the relevant officer. In the box that's underneath it, on the tube count data, the average volume of people on Doncaster Avenue between north of Todman, and it actually goes for all the figures, is an average volume. So if 423 is the average, does that mean that the highest number is about 800 people a day are using it, and it's averaged to about 473? Usually an average is, in between the lowest and the highest. Or is that actually figure meant to be the total number of users?
Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through yourself, Madam Mayor, the average is referring to, of the data sample, the average number of vehicles passed through that time period for the day. I believe what you're referring to would be the median, which would be the middle score between the highest and the lowest.
So that's the average number of cyclists is 423 in any given day?
No, that doesn't.
That's what I'm saying. That usually that means the actual number could actually be way higher, because that's only an average. Even at those averages, if there's only 50 in peak hour, I can't see how there's 423, because if you go into the last page, the total number of riders in 2023 was, which is great because that means more people are using the Ellison Road, Doncaster Avenue, but it goes from 139 to 504, and there's a decrease in people using Anzac Parade, which is a good thing. But that's using totals, not averages.
That's a Sunday.
Well, that's Super Sunday, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that uses totals, not averages.
Which is going to be the highest day.
So, yeah.
Councillor Chappell.
I'd just like to speak to this. I can second it. I'm quite happy to do that if that hasn't happened. But I just want to speak to some of Councillor Said's observations about the data that's in there. As somebody who commutes quite regularly, I do sometimes sit outside the cycle lane. Sorry, Todd. And there's a bunch of reasons for that. In some spots, the design is quite tight and the corners are quite tight, and when it's quite busy, it's tough. In some spots, cars don't give you priority if you're on the cycleway, and so you sit on the edge and wait for all the cars to go past, and if you're in the traffic lane, you keep going. But I think the main issue is actually because basically everyone who uses our cycleway is not making their entire trip on cycleway. You are speeding, to the top of your range on Anzac Parade, trying not to get run over and trying to keep up with the traffic. And then you have to step back to like 15k an hour to ride safely in the bike lanes because they're quite narrow. There's some turns. There's some, curbs that could maybe be fixed a little bit to make some of that easier. But it is a symptom of the fact that we do not have connected cycleways. And so we've had to have a whole generation of commuting cyclists who are strong riders capable of riding on the road at high speed, because that's been the only way it's been safe to commute in Sydney for quite a long time. Like, I know a lot of people who work near me in Redfern, which is very inaccessible from Maroubra, they wouldn't dare ride there because they'd have to ride down Anzac Parade. Todman has a marked bike lane, but oof, it's a shit show there. And, the bike doesn't... I did, sorry. Sorry about that, Joanne. And so one of the problems is that until we have that connected network, it's very hard to expect cyclists to ride the whole way on bike paths. And then one of the things we need to do through this committee is identify some of those kind of pain points for cyclists and work out how we can identify them so there aren't, the corner, for instance, where you turn from Houston Road onto Day Lane. It's a fairly, you have to cross across to a pedestrian kind of island on your bike and then cross into the bike lane, and there's quite a sharp curve with a tight curb there, and if you're not quite a good cyclist, quite experienced, that's a really tough one to do. And so that's all I have to say.
Sorry, apologies, Councillor Luxford as a seconder. Sorry. Please, please ask your questions.
What have I done? So just through to the relevant officer on page 170, 5.8, the Todman Avenue Cycleway. I note that it says the community feedback mainly consisted of residents asking for clarification, blah, blah, blah. I would just like to know if clarification was actually given to those residents who required clarification of what was happening there.
Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through yourself, Madam Mayor, I've received confirmation that it was the case.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you. Look, the brief diversion actually discussing these minutes is actually posed some questions for me, which I have now uncovered. In relation to the report, I have a question through the Director of City Services. Could he please go to page 165? And my question relates to the first paragraph, which reads that the 2024-2025 Get New South Wales Active Program applications were opened on the 31st of October 2023 and closed on the 13th of December 2023. That council officers reviewed and reviewed appropriate future projects. Okay, the next question I have relates to the second item related to that, applications made for the financial year 2024 to 2025, Maroubra Road Corridor Upgrade, detailed design only. My question through you to the relevant officer is how that application accords with the minutes of the 22nd of August 2023, which was prior to this, which states that point E of the resolution relating to the Maroubra Road Traffic Corridor study was that the Maroubra Road cycleway be deleted.
Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through yourself, Madam Mayor. Given the comment on the business paper there, I will have to take that on notice in relation to whether that funding application is for the corridor itself and not just the cycleway, but I'll take that on notice and provide a response back.
Okay. What I will do is, rather than resolving to reaffirm the resolution of the 22nd of April, I will wait that response and potentially what would be helpful is in a future CABFAC minutes we just get clarification of that point to provide the opportunity for council to clarify its instruction in relation to that if it is in fact the case that council staff are continuing to apply contrary to an express resolution. But I will wait for that.
Through to the General Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor, I can advise on this one. No, the council staff aren't going against the council resolution. What they're applying for is all the other works, such as footpath works, intersection works, but not the actual cycleway works to that. So they're actually applying for the grants to do all the other works, and that for the council along there, because there were things that council wanted as part of that, but not the actual cycle works, because council has expressly said don't proceed with that particular project.
Thank you very much, Mr. General Manager, for that advice. In light of that advice, I don't need any further clarification into that, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Pandolfini.
Yep, so while we're commenting on the advisory committee, I guess I would just like to commend the hard work that the people who contribute to this committee, the knowledgeable cyclists who have contributed for years and years and years. Bike riding is on the increase in Sydney, despite all of its opposition, and I would say a lot of that recently has actually been due to the increase in the costs of living and the increase in the cost of petrol. And the friends that I've got that work at bike shops cannot believe the demand for electric bikes and people needing to get around. And that includes my very close friend who lives with cystic fibrosis and rides around on his electric bike. So that's fantastic. Cities that are livable, all research would direct us to the information that cities that are livable, that are vibrant, and that communities that thrive have accessible bike lanes and walkable spaces. And it takes time to build awareness of cycling. And this group has put in extraordinary amount of work and dedication to the community. So I would also note that the table that looked at the bike riding on those days is only over a few days in December. And I am a newly appointed owner of a bike, and both my partner and I will now be riding on that bike path as well. So we can be added to that list. Thanks.
Councillor Olive.
Yeah, as we're on the topic, I would just like to generally sort of congratulate, sort of council on, sort of constituting CABFAC, because I think that's a great, sort of committee, and it brings in, sort of a lot of community people that otherwise wouldn't be involved. Recently, if you go to page 171 in the Payne Reserve Shared Path, I went to an on-site meeting there with a number of residents and sort of the manager of integrated transport. Residents have sort of are invested in the shape and sort of the ease and facility of these kinds of bike paths. We had a discussion, a to and fro discussion, sizing up, looking at changing what alterations could be made, and it was sort of just a great sharing of ideas, and it all came from sort of the original meeting, and then people saying, well, maybe we could do this better. And so I think that sort of it's helping to shape sort of some of the infrastructure that's so vital for people who bike ride, which includes sort of some of the young people that we had here presenting today. And I think that sort of it's something that we have to keep in mind. And once again, I go back to congratulating sort of council for constituting CABFAC. Great committee. Thanks.
Madam Mayor, I'll just also add my
Councillor
commendations.
Nielsen.
Yeah, it's a fantastic committee.
Are there any further speakers? Or Councillor said, do you wish to close the debate?
I'll close off with another question. I've just remembered the Doncaster to Houston Road section of the bike track was assuming a fully funded state grant, and now it's ended at the end of Doncaster Road. Will it come back to Houston Road? Is that dead and buried, or is it coming back, or has it just been paused, or is there more funding, or what's happening with that rest of it to the relevant?
Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through yourself, Madam Mayor. At this stage, we believe the project's on hold.
With a likely return?
through yourself, Madam Mayor, no, we don't have that information at this stage.
And my last question is, if it's on hold permanently, not permanently on hold, but if it's going to be on hold for a long time, the cost of the roundabout, installing the roundabout at Ascot Street was quite a lot for money that could have been well spent in a lot of other places. Will we have to restore the roundabouts on Houston Road till we wait for this to happen? Will council have to pay for them? Do you envisage council paying for them? Or do you think the state government will grant us the money to return the roundabouts on Houston Road?
Through to the Director of City Services. Through to the General Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, no, all good. No, so we're in discussions with Transport to try and encourage them to provide the funding that they originally proposed to provide us.
I will put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried.
Madam Mayor, given that it's getting quite late, we've got a fair bit of the business paper to go. I'd like to move a procedural motion that speeches will limit to 2 minutes from now on, please.
Seconder. Put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? I declare it carried. Go to a division. All those in favour of the motion put by Councillor Rosenfeld? All those in favour? Those against? Against? Declare it lost. I declare it lost. We now move to. Where's my list gone? Yeah, everything's been moved. We now move to CS 16/24 Urban Design Elements Design Manual. Urban Elements Design Manual Review, challenged by Councillor Parker. Thank you, Councillor Luxford as the seconder. Do you wish to speak? Are there any further speakers? Councillor Parker, I assume you don't wish to close. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We now move to CS 17/24 Pump Park Multimodal Bike Track Site Feasibility, challenged by Councillor Chappell, seconded by Councillor D'Souza.
I'm obviously moving as per the business paper. The three options were all very well considered, but the superiority of the Cromwell Park site, I think, is extremely apparent in its accessibility, in the way it uses the land, in the fact that there are already illegal mountain bike jumps on that land, and in the way that it's able to provide not just a pump park, but also a mountain biking course, which gives you a nice spread of age ranges of kids who can use this. So this isn't kind of this is good for them when they're 7 or 8. This could actually, look after kids for quite a few years as they grow their skills. They go down there, they use it to socialise. I'd love to thank Ethan and Jessie for coming and speaking to us tonight. I thought they were incredible advocates for this proposal, and I want to thank the staff and everyone who put so much thought into getting this out there, and I'd love to know when we can get it done.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza.
Just want to say, we often boast about a sense of community, and that's wonderful. Sometimes we may forget that these young people are our future and they are the community. So I'd like to say thank you and congratulate Councillor Chappell for her words and the words of the two young people who came out. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Nielsen. Councillor Chappell? If not, I will put it. All those in favour? Against, I declare that carried. We now go to CS 18/24, Service Level Review Coastal and Town Centre Waste and Cleansing Services, challenged by Councillor Parker. Thank you. Councillor Pandolfini. As the second, do you wish to speak? Are there any further speakers? Councillor Parker, do you wish to close? If not, I will put it. All those in favour? Against, I declare that carried. We now go to CC 5/24, Maruba Rubik's Cube consultation, challenged by Councillor Parker.
Motion. Oh, not working. Anyway, there we go. Thank you very much. Oh, is it just me? Yeah.
Councillor Rosenfeld.
Yes, I'm the seconder, David Kelly. Yeah, the people have spoken. Very overwhelming. That's. You can hear me, yeah. That's what they wanted, and this is what we're going to deliver. That's why we consult, and I look forward to walking down the beach and see it unsolved.
Councillor Pandolfini.
Yeah, I don't think that the amendment is really great precedent. It goes against the thoughtful staff report. I would like to ask a question to the mover of this motion and amendment, whether it is appropriate to interfere in public art and if that's setting a precedent for the future. Because as an artist, I don't know that it's a great idea, and I wonder whether. Sorry.
What's the matter? Councillor, don't be so shocked. You talk every time I talk. Keep going. Oh my God. Don't worry about it.
I would ask for all councillors to be heard in silence. It's incredibly rude and disrespectful to laugh at other councillors.
One time. Oh, get on with it.
Councillor.
Sorry, she just said don't be such a victim. So
No,
I just
didn't
don't.
say that at all.
You didn't? Okay.
No, I didn't. Keep going.
All councillors will be heard in silence and listened to with respect. And I know that Councillor Pandolfini, as an artist,
Yeah,
has something to say
I'm
that we
just
should listen
noting
to.
that the council report is not being listened to, and I just wonder if we're going down a bit of a slippery slope. If we paint it back, then if the artists come again at night and repaint it, are we going to keep kind of going down this route? I think it's great that you went out to public consultation and that people are engaged, but I just do wonder about the precedent you're setting with public art, especially considering we're trying to kind of build a reputation in that area. Thanks.
Do you want Councillor Parker to respond to the question?
What's the question? The question was whether you think that interfering in public art is appropriate, and whether if the artists do paint it back overnight, then we'll continue on this cycle.
How many times should it be repainted?
Can I just confirm that this is working? Thank you. My consideration would be that we would consider that at the appropriate time, which would be if it were to be repainted. I don't want to get into a hypothetical as to whether or not that would or would not occur, nor would I want to preempt a decision, a future decision of council.
Councillor Chappell.
I'd just like to foreshadow as per the business paper and speak very briefly. Which is just to say, I think in putting point C in there and giving them a kind of ultimatum about timing, we are preempting the kind of the conversation that we could be having with them. And I'd prefer if we just moved we went back to them and we said, look, this is the community perspective, and we could begin like a respectful conversation. I mean, I'd also flag like if in 3 weeks, if for the next 3 weeks they're not here or they're busy or, they want to have a chat about it or whatever, then it just seems very weird that we would put such an arbitrary deadline on it rather than, waiting and seeing how that conversation goes, having it in a collegiate fashion, and seeing what their response is to the community thoughts on it. Personally, I think it's hilarious that it's solved. Like, it jolts my brain every time I see it, and I notice it now where it was kind of, I was becoming habituated to seeing it all the time in its unsolved state. And when I came on the beach that one morning where it had been solved, I had to really do a proper double take because I knew it wasn't right and I couldn't work out why. And I think, having the conversation, stimulating the conversation, like this is what art is. It's meant to kind of, disturb you and make you think and make you have conversations. And I've had so many chats with people about it and they're interested to see what will happen next. And I think dictating to the artist, here is your deadline to do the thing. Like, it's just kind of not in that sensibility. I think we've done this in such a nice way to date, and I'd love to see us continuing that. So I urge you to oppose this and just support the original motion.
Councillor Nielsen.
Just a question to Councillor Chappell. I take your point about, the various points that you've been raising, and I also take the point that Councillor Parker is making about the 3 weeks from this resolution. I do think it's possibly good for us to have some sort of time frame. 3 weeks, I think, is far too short. I'm just wondering whether you could think of, Councillor Chappell, whether there might be a time frame where if we haven't received a response, we go back to talk to them again, or something like that, rather than just totally open-ended. Could you think of a way of rephrasing that?
I mean, to be honest, I don't think it needs to be rephrased because there's a council meeting in a month and there's one the month after. Like, we have regular opportunities where if we wanted to bring point 3 and resolve it, we could do that. So we could see how the conversation went in the next month. If we weren't happy with it, or we felt they weren't engaging, or, you know, for some reason it was felt that there was a necessity to assert council's control over this artwork, that opportunity is already available to us. It's available to us literally in a month, in 2 months, in 3 months, in 4 months. Like, it's just there.
Question from Councillor Parker?
Not a question.
No.
Close the debate.
You wish to close the debate?
This is ridiculous. In closing the debate, in relation to commentary around the 3-week period and the intention behind that, that's actually intended as a courtesy to provide the information to the artist who did convey that they were interested in the outcomes of the community consultation in publications in the Sydney Morning Herald. I actually don't believe it is necessary, but I think it is an important thing to do. And the reason I don't believe it is necessary is because there, in my view, already has been a statement of intent, and the statement of intent has been in relation to the repainting of it and then leaving it there for a prolonged period of time. However, I do believe that 3 weeks is a reasonable period of time, noting that this has been an item on the business paper for approximately a week. In relation to that, I think it is a reasonable one. The other reason why is because it provides certainty to the community as to council's intentions in listening to them and the outcome of consultation, which in my view is overwhelmingly clear.
I will now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? No. I declare the motion carried. Missed one. Where is it? Sorry, just give us a second. Yeah.
I thought you were playing the song film.
I now move to CC 6/24, screening of silent film, Breaking of the Drought at the Randwick Ritz, challenged by Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I want to congratulate the staff on this proposed event, which is an appropriate way of acknowledging not only the gift of the house by Tods Barrett, but most significantly, it's an opportunity to see the creative work of a great Randwick resident of the past, namely her father, and also her mother's contribution as well. I just have one question for our staff, because they've done a huge amount of work here with the planning and organising the organist and the commentator and the questioning and so on and so forth. It's brilliant. Just wondering, do we have enough lead-in time?
Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Nielsen. Today, the writer of this report did flag with me that it may be best to delay the event slightly. So, should Council endorse this motion tonight, we will provide councillors with the updated date.
But it won't be too far away.
No.
Okay, so do we need to move it just in that? No, we don't need to specify the date in here, do we? We just need to, you'll follow up on it very efficiently, won't you? Thank you. Thanks, staff.
Councillor Pandolfini.
Yeah, I'd just love to commend the staff on this report and Councillor Nielsen for bringing this idea to council. The Barrett House has been being used again as a creative space, and it has been bringing an amazing amount of joy. We've been attending the openings, most recently by a young mother who had no space to make her work and was doing her first exhibition for the first time in 8 years. So what a wonderful tribute to this very generous family to screen this very historic film at the wonderful Ritz. Thanks.
Any other speakers? Councillor McCafferty.
I'd just like to take the opportunity to just say something a little bit about the Todd Barretts. Walter Barrett was quite a trailblazer in terms of Australian film and made his way to Australia via New Zealand. He was born in 1904 and he was the first filmmaker ever to film the Melbourne Cup from beginning to end, which was quite something. This particular film is recognised as one of his greatest, and I think the Todd Barretts, so the Todd that is referred to in the Todd Barrett's name is his daughter by his second wife, but I think in recognition of their contribution to Randwick, I think it's quite something that we are able to do this for the family.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Nielsen, do you wish to close? In that case, I will put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We now move to CO14/24, draft 2024 to 25 operational plan and budget, challenged by Councillor Olive.
No, I'm foreshadowing moving it as per the business paper.
Councillor Olive.
I have a number of amendments, or we have a number of amendments, and I wanted to try and deal with them one at a time, and different other councillors are going to move. So I was hoping that you would move the motion and then we would put up the amendments and foreshadow amendments.
Yep. I'm happy to move the motion as per the business paper.
Councillor Parker.
Look, I'm conscious of time. Staff have worked exceptionally hard over the last year. It is an excellent budget. I commend all of the work that has gone into it, and it is a great document. Thank you very much. I'm sure the community will love it.
Councillor Said, do you wish to speak? Seconder.
I'm just in agreement with Councillor Parker that thank the staff for the amount of time and effort they've put into this, and it's a very good budget. Thank you.
Councillor Olive.
If Mr. Kelly could put up the various amendments, I will move Amendment 1 at the moment, and that says that tables showing funding sources for capital works and sustaining our city program as per the draft budget pack that we all received be included in the draft operational plan and budget as an appendix. We get to see much more than residents see when the budget and operational plan, the draft operational plan is put on exhibition for our residents. It has things like it shows the environment levy, which residents know, sort of that they has been paid for by a special variation, rates variation. Our ACOF, levy, they know that that's something that, the rates have gone to pay for. They can actually see broken up where those funds are going year by year and on which particular capital works program. We get to see that, but they don't get to see that. It's much more aggregated information that goes out in the draft budget. So I'm just asking there that that particular information be added as an appendix to the draft operational plan and budget. So that's.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Chappell, do you wish to speak? Are there any speakers? But we will vote on these separately. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. Well, I will put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Please say aye. Raise your hand. Aye.
Can I just ask the General Manager, if it's an amendment that's been brought up as a total, shouldn't we just vote on it as a total?
Through to the General Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Technically correct. However, for items such as the budgets and for LEPs,
it is the normal practice that because there are potentially so many different amendments that can come up, that councillors can seek to do them one at a time, vote on that, then move to the next one. It seems the most, in my experience, the most practical way of going through it.
So I will put that vote again. All those in favour? Against? I declare that lost. Councillor Olive.
I'd like to move the second one. If
Oh,
that's
okay. Councillor Chappell.
So I think I flagged this in the briefing where we looked at some of these events. I'm just going to start off. I love Christmas. Christmas is my favourite, but the budget has gone up this year by a few $100,000. Sorry? Okay, so the budget this year has gone up a few $100,000. I mean, I think we can all agree between the carols at Coogee and the various other carols we support and the decorations in every town centre, which actually were in every town centre this year, we do Christmas extremely well in Randwick. You cannot go through the area without seeing Christmas paraphernalia, and what we do is lovely and it's well liked by the community. But I don't think there's a need for more of it, and particularly not on this scale when there is an opportunity. And something that I've heard since I started on this council is the desire for a multicultural festival in our area. And I think we've been told there's no extra money anywhere else, but I think there is money here. And getting our Christmas display bigger, I think, is not a proportionate response with this amount of money. If we could do something really exciting and fun and enliven one of our town centres with a multicultural festival, whether it's a noodle thing or whether it's a broader cultural thing, whether it's performances, whatever, that's quite a decent budget to do quite a good event. I recognise process here, so it is subject to a report which would have to come back to council and have us consider it. And it does still increase the Christmas budget. I believe this year it was 171. So it is still an increase in the Christmas budget. It's not on the actuals from last year. So I would love your support.
Seconded by Councillor Olive. Do you wish to speak? Are there any other speakers? Councillor said.
Madam Mayor, I'd just like to congratulate Councillor Chappell. I think this is a fantastic idea. Evan brought it up at a briefing and didn't have much consideration when I brought it up, but I'm glad you've brought it to council, and good on you.
Councillor Pandolfini.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, Councillor Luxford has brought up the Multicultural Festival, for years as well. It's a fantastic idea. We'd love to see, bigger events across the LGA. And this is a fantastic amount of money that could create an incredible event for everyone in the community and enliven a town centre. Actually in the middle of a cost of living crisis.
Councillor Parker.
This particular amendment. The reason why is we are voting on the operational plan and budget going out to public exhibition. My view is that a change such as this should be subject to its own standalone report and considered thoroughly with due notice both to councillors and the community. The appropriate way, at least, has been the practice for some time from Randwick councillors for councillors to move notices of motion, which, if they were to have budgetary implications, would be subject to a report and consideration, as well as the feedback from council staff to provide them with the commentary. While it is technically feasible to do an amendment in this fashion, I don't think it's the appropriate, or for that matter, the most successful way in which to go about this particular function. We don't know what the implications of a variation to such an extent in relation to the Christmas in Randwick budget would be. We further don't know what an event such as what is proposed by Councillor Olive and Chappell in relation to this would be envisaged with that kind of allocation. The more appropriate way to do it would be via a notice of motion at a subsequent time. It doesn't fetter council's ability to make a budget variation at any point. I note that council has, even as recently in the last 12 months, there have been various instances of that, and that would be the more appropriate time. While I think that the sentiment in relation to this amendment may, on its face, have some merit. This is definitely not the vehicle or the appropriate time, in my view, and for those reasons, I do not support this particular amendment.
Councillor Olive.
I do support the amendment. I think that if we send out this in our budget for our exhibition, the figure for Christmas in Randwick budget of $525,000, then that'll build up an expectation that something is happening in the community, and it will be very difficult if you say that those funds should be used for something else to pull that back. I'm unclear as to why it's gone up so much, and what that will be spent on is another aspect to this. And I can see, if we're thinking about a multicultural festival, I know what that is, but I'm not sure what the increase for the Christmas budget is at all. And I'm just worried about that expectation that it sets up in the community, and so that's why I think that we should deal with this now before it actually goes out.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Chappell.
So just to speak to the matters raised, I just agree with Councillor Olive. Rather than promise the community this money and then, move a notice of motion next council meeting to take it away, I think it makes more sense to pull it out now. If the report comes back and it says, hey, we can't do a multicultural festival for this amount of money, it's of course open to council in future meetings to put money in other places. When I raised this at the councillor briefing, it was mentioned that this was the time where you could edit these numbers, and that's why I'm here seeking to edit these numbers. And we did get clarification on the night about what that additional stuff was to be used for. And again, to be clear, I adore Christmas. I think we've all seen me at Christmas carols, but I don't think more is necessarily going to give our community what they want.
I will put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Raise your hand. Aye. All those against? No. I'll go to a division. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Pandolfini, Councillor Chappell, Councillor Olive, Councillor Said, Councillor D'Souza and the Mayor. All those against? Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Hay, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Rosenfeld, Parker, McCafferty, Wilson and Burst. I declare the amendment lost. We have Councillor Olive.
We had $25,000 for in-kind support to community organisations to use council halls and other venues, and it was very popular. It ended up being oversubscribed. By all accounts, according to the Director of Arts and Culture, it brought in community groups that may not have otherwise may not otherwise access the council venues, and these groups tended to be smaller in size, and so we're talking about a different cohort that this catered to. It was decided because of the administration overlap with our community investment program, and some of the confusion that may have caused, to recommend that it not be continued this year. But I think one, that's a reduction in that kind of service to the community if we reduce it by $25,000 this year. But also I think there must be some way that we can incorporate this into our community investment program, and have that $25,000 of fee support for smaller non-commercial community groups, and sort of make that a category that sort of these particular groups can be channelled into. And it may be that there are venues, some which are more popular and some which are less popular, and council may be able to channel sort of various community groups into some of these other halls and places, so that there's a wider use across sort of council's community hall and venue assets. So I commend this particular amendment to the slate, to sort of the meeting.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Chappell, wish to speak? Are there any other speakers? If not, I will put it. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? No. I declare it lost. Councillor Pandolfini.
I've just got the last one on there. We had some great momentum with the International Women's Day prize going, and this year it was a little bit disappointing to see that momentum, while it was still an extraordinary event with hundreds and hundreds of people there from school age through to 90 years old. There wasn't an increase in the prize money, I don't believe. And while we are increasing was it?
A very small.
Yeah. While we are increasing, apologies, I take that back. While we are increasing the expenditure at $1,833, I thought it would be nice to commemorate this prize at such an important time and match it to the Sports Awards amount, which is $25,000. So the Sports Awards is going from 20 to 25, and it'd be great to see the International Women's Day prize and art award go up to that as well. And continue with the momentum of it becoming such a prestigious event in this area.
Councillors, before we go any further, may I have a procedural motion to extend the meeting, probably by an hour, I would say. Moved Councillor Hay, seconded Councillor Burst. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried.
Procedural motion, 2 for, 2 against?
Yeah, I'll second that.
A second, yeah, okay, we'll put it. I'll put it. All those in favour? Against? Declare that lost. Oh, sorry, I declare it carried. Sorry, it's late. Okay, we will move back to the amendment. Are there any other speakers in relation to the amendment put by Councillor Pandolfini in relation to the International Women's Day Art Prize? Councillor said. Do you wish to second?
No, I just want to ask.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Olive, do you wish to speak? Councillor Olive as the seconder? Councillor said.
Just a question to a relevant officer. Is the actual Sports Awards $25,000 worth of awards? Was that for the event?
Through to the Director of Community and Culture.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That cost is just for the event. The Sports Awards don't have prize money as such.
So,
It's not clear.
yeah, because you mentioned, you said the prize should be the same prize as what the Sports Awards get, and I just knew they don't get an actual financial prize. So the event should be the same. Okay.
Are there any other speakers? Councillor Pandolfini, do you wish to close? No. All those in favour? Oh. All those against? No. Declare that lost. I will now put the Councillor Pandolfini.
I've got a couple of questions through to the Director of City Services with regards to the additional $300,000 spend on Burrows Park. The Friends of Burrows Park have been emailing me and contacting me to get some clarification on a few things. Originally, the plans and planning for the next stage, my understanding was, and please advise me if I'm incorrect, my understanding was that it was $250,000, but in the current budget it's actually $439,000 for planning and design.
Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through yourself, Madam Mayor, the $439,000, as noted in the budget, includes the first initial amount for the planning phase, so the master planning as recently adopted by council. The remaining funds is just top-up funding for future works at the project.
Okay, so the 439,000 is for planning and designs in total, including the first amount. Yeah, okay. Now my second question is from the Clovelly precinct. I'm really grateful that a few items had been fixed up down at Clovelly Beach after I think the bad weather had knocked them down, but the balustrades down and things like that. Now, I did want to check in this budget whether provisions have been made or whether there will be follow-up with the precinct on the 9 items that they met with, I believe you or maybe just the other council officers about regarding accessibility issues. They've provided a document which is incredibly thorough. Not a lot of it is extremely extensive, but it does allow a lot of the access issues to be resolved. And this is something that, as I've communicated with you, that we would love to know whether that is actually going to be considered and allocated in this budget, or if not, whether we can please get back to the precinct with regards to these 9 items.
Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through yourself, Madam Mayor, at this stage I'm not privy to those 9 items, so I'll take that on notice.
I will now go to Councillor Parker to close the debate, if you wish to.
I have no further comment.
I'll put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. Councillors, we'll now go to a 10-minute break. We'll come back at about just before 1:45. Thank you. Yeah.
is a Creole expression, to walk together. Where life is hard, people depend upon and help each other, so that man may pray together, praise the same moral principles, and together reaffirm.
I resume the meeting at 11:44 p.m. Thank you. We now go to CO 15/24 monthly financial report as at 31st of March 2024, challenged by Councillor Burst.
I'd like to move it as per the business paper, but I would like to note, and it's good to see that Des Renford increasing its revenue, which means it's also increasing its patronage. So build the right tools and the right products and the right facilities and people will come. So well done to Des Renford.
Councillor Rosenfeld.
Reserve my right.
Are there any other speakers? Councillor Burst, happy to be moved? Or you're not happy for it to be moved? You are happy? Good. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. NM 28/24, notice of motion from Councillor Hay, restore a post office to Kensington. Councillor Hay.
So, firstly, we must affirm the need for a local post office in Kensington. As this reply from the Australia Post makes clear, residents will have to walk at least 1.58 kilometres to get to the nearest post office. Now, imagine that you've missed a delivery to your home for something very heavy. How are you, and you don't have a car, you're forced to walk all the way 1.58 kilometres to get a heavy item and carry it home. Never mind that UNSW and Randwick are up significant hills that you would need to walk.
Call Bill.
But more than that, I've talked a lot about the need for a supermarket in a town centre, but it's important to remember that other services also make sort of an anchor tenant, that if you don't have a post office, then you have one less reason to go to Kensington Town Centre. If you don't get you might go there to collect your mail and then get a haircut or have some lunch, but if you don't have that post office, you have one less reason to go there. And of course, across 5 dwellings, there are around 1,800 more rooms that are being approved, that have been approved for student accommodation, and they are all coming the next few years without much in the way of residential parking. We have elderly residents who won't be able to walk that far, who need and depend on this lifeline service. We absolutely need to bring it back. And according to the paperwork, Australia Post reports to the Minister for Finance and the Minister for Communications. So I appreciate the effort that has gone in so far to write to Australia Post, but it's not enough. We need to make an appeal. If it does, I'm not necessarily asking for that location back, and I'm not asking for a full post office shop with large displays and so forth. It could just be a collection point, much like you've got at Coogee. But if you move to a smaller site, you should be able to resolve the profitability issues. So I urge everyone to support writing letters to the ministers. Thank you.
Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, I support the motion, and we can give a go to writing to the ministers, in order to assist our residents. But I will point out that parcel lockers will be left at Kensington for parcel collection, so they're leaving us half a service, because that is their main form of business now, unfortunately, at Kensington, being the queues are there for people predominantly picking up parcels. But, of course, we give anything a shot, and hopefully they will respond in a positive way.
Councillors, just a reminder that we are doing 2 for and 2 against. Are there any speakers against? If not, Councillor Hay, do you wish to close? I will put the motion. All those in favour?
All those against, I declare that carried. We now go to NM 29/24, notice of motion from Councillor D'Souza, investigate ways to reinvigorate the Matraville and Malabar shopping strips and La Perouse shops.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll keep it very short. We already have a master plan for Matraville, and the three councillors are very supportive. We've always been the poor cousin of Randwick Council, the South Ward. We were lucky we had mayors like Danny and myself and others, and Bill coming along. And we're working to get good outcomes for our community. So that's a simple one there. Matraville has a master plan. We also want the Malabar and also the La Perouse area invigorated. I did liaise with the Director of Community Services and, sorry Katie, I'll just call her what she is, the Director of Community and Culture, and she helped me to refine my notice of motion. So it's pretty basic, but it's so important. So I'll leave it at that. Bill, you seconded it, so did you want to speak on it? Or?
Councillor
I'll
Burst.
reserve the right.
Are there any speakers against?
No one else.
If not, I will.
Danny? What question?
It might surprise you, but Councillor did mention that there is a master plan and we are doing things to invigorate. And I actually want to thank the Director for Culture and the Director for Outdoor Services for providing a meeting with the business owners and residents at the Matraville RSL. Also vote against it because I just don't understand how different it is to the actual master plan and everything we're doing at the moment. We're just adding on for the staff to do things that they're already doing. I do note that this has been changed, and one of the difficulty parts about reinvigorating the areas that we have is that the shopkeepers, we have a lot of closed shops at Matraville, and the reason why is not so much because they're not getting usage out of it, because unfortunately the landlords decide, we've gone through this a lot of times with our meetings and precinct meetings, that the landlords choose to keep them closed. So there's not much more that the council can do to reinvigorate it if the landlords choose to close them. I admire Councillor D'Souza for bringing up and trying to help the ward out, but at the same time, we're already doing as much as we can. The master plan, a lot of effort and time and money has been spent on it. And as I said, we've had business meetings. The team's been really working really hard to try to get the business units, trying to reinvigorate. But unfortunately, they're coming to a dead end when some of the landlords prefer to keep their shops closed. And by keeping them closed, they keep them actually in a unfortunate, horrible state. The awnings are sort of collapsing. They need to be painted. There's not much more the council can do because we're doing it. What we really need to do is get the landlords and everyone else involved and help them help us. And people like Saint Blaise, that new restaurant in the arcade, he's working his guts out, and it's really it's one of those things, if you build it, they will come. So if we get the landlords on board to help us out, then we can do even more that we're already doing.
Are there any other speakers against? If not, Councillor D'Souza, do you wish to close? No? Okay, I will put it. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? I declare it carried. Councillor D'Souza, would you mind turning off your microphone, please? Thank you. Thank you very much. We now go to NM 30/24, notice of motion from Councillor Burst, investigate footpath surface water on Anzac Parade, south of Canara Avenue, La Perouse. Councillor Burst.
This has been a problem probably for the last 20 years, on and off. And after the rains we've had yesterday, there'll be water across there as well. People standing at the bus stop will, if you're in thongs, you're going to get wet feet. So I've been talking with the Director of City Services, and there is some opportunities to look at fixing this. So it's a pretty simple thing. It's a long section of path because of the way the land lies there and the way the rock comes down onto that surface. So there's a few things that just need to be adjusted and fixed, and make it safe for people to walk down there because it gets a bit mossy when there's a bit of rain. So just look after our community, make it safe so everybody get out, walk the walk, and have some fun.
I'll second
It was councillor Said, seconded, I think. Yeah. Councillor Said, do you wish to speak? No. Are there any speakers against? If not, councillor Burst, do you wish to close? No. In that case, I will put it. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. We go to NM31/24, notice of motion from councillor Burst. Investigate Malabar Shops, alfresco area, western side of Anzac Parade.
Malabar Shops, there's alfresco dining presently on the eastern side, but on the western side of Malabar Shops, there isn't really any alfresco dining. Along that strip there's actually a width. The second lane where the bus stops is more than two road lengths wide. It's about 6 metres wide, so a normal width of a road is 2.5 metres. So buses that are about 2.4 can fit in those lanes. So if we chop off a metre of the roadway, increase the pathway, you've now got an opportunity to put alfresco dining along that strip. And also part of that would be to make it safe for our communities, put bollards up. I would like to, my fellow councillor, councillor Said, had a motion MN 37/24. I'd like that to be incorporated into this motion, so he can also second this motion, because effectively we're doing the same. We're looking at something from a different angle, but at the end of the day, it's about how we keep it safe for the community. And this will be a way to invigorate that area. It was also a consequence of when Councillor Said and myself were talking to people after the Let's Chat. We went and spoke to the owners there of the businesses, and they said if we could have alfresco out here, that will be a game changer for our businesses. So anything we can do to invigorate our businesses, get them moving again, we should be supporting. So thank you.
Councillor Said.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and as seconder, yes. So if I can incorporate my motion, NM 37/24, as Councillor Burst said, we were talking to residents and they asked for the alfresco. I actually frequent Nude Pizza a lot, and now he's building up his outdoor dining, and it does look unsafe that there is no bollards there. So it just gives people a bit of ease. We already have the bollards set up further up the road, so I don't think it would take much more effort to go right round the corner. So I commend this motion.
Are there any speakers against? Councillor Burst, do you wish to close?
No, I wish to speak.
Are you speaking against, Councillor D'Souza? We had a procedural motion for 2 for, 2 against. Councillor Said, seconded. You're voting against. You can only speak if you're voting against, if you're speaking against.
Okay, I'm taking up that opportunity because I believe in democracy and the right and freedom of speech, and I'm not getting it here.
Well, you voted to.
Against it.
Okay. We voted for. I believe you voted for the procedural motion for 2 for, 2 against. Please. Okay. Great. You do. Please go forward.
Look, I can see the safety issue here, but what I was disappointed was with a motion which came earlier, where we were told about, oh, it's been done before and we have a master plan and I did this and I did that. But one must believe that we represent Malabar and La Perouse as well. And in doing so, the motion addressed that. Councillor Burst, yes, addresses Malabar, but it doesn't go far enough when it comes to addressing La Perouse. I'll leave it at that. But I want to say that the councillors represent the ward, which is made up of La Perouse and Malabar, and it's not only about Matraville. It's not, and I live in Matraville. But in saying that, we should have the opportunity as councillors to make sure we put forward the views of all our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers against? If not, Councillor Burst, do you wish to close? No. I will then put it. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. We now go to NM 32/24, notice of motion from Councillor Luxford, preserving our historic wetlands.
So this motion is to support Bayside Council in their community campaign to retain the space that was once Gardens Are Us as wetlands. Currently, it's looking to be developed into housing, and this will impact the residents on Gardeners Road, so Eastern Avenue, Tunstall, Cottenham, and all the way along. These residents have expressed their concerns at future development of the area. So, given the fact that these wetlands have been there for quite some time and they connect the Mill Ponds and Busby's Bore right through and through our area, and they're significant. There is wildlife down there, and the Water Board, Sydney Water, owns the land, and they actually state that and acknowledge that the wetlands there are significant and historical, yet, you know, they're quite happy to build all over it. So this is just a motion to support and work with Bayside Council in preserving green space, preserving the wetlands, and coming out with a better outcome than total overdevelopment of the area.
Councillor Hay.
So, where there's an opportunity to return public land back to the community, it should be greeted. Now, I absolutely love the old shop Gardens Are Us. You had a beautiful view of the Lakes Golf Course, and you could see all the plants, and it was a true asset to have right on the boundary of our LGA that we could grab. You could go there and just spend a nice afternoon and enjoy the facility. There's potential to make this an amazing facility, which will be a great public park and a viewing platform and you name it. So we should take the opportunity if we can, and let's hope it happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any speakers against? Councillor Luxford, do you wish to close? I will put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We now go to NM 33/24, notice of motion from Councillor Luxford, Doncaster Avenue residents, door knock and survey.
I'll second.
Okay, so this motion has come about after our forum that we held, which was meant to be predominantly for Doncaster Avenue residents. Unfortunately, this meeting became stacked, I guess is a good word to use, with pro-cycling people, which is fine if you are pro-cycling, but it was not the intent of the meeting to have a for and against. The residents didn't want that either. And in fact, some residents became intimidated and did not actually get up and speak on the night. They've since contacted me after the meeting, saying they felt that the meeting was not for them as it was meant to be. They acknowledged the right, and the residents that did speak acknowledged the right of people to ride bicycles, but they felt they couldn't get their message across and their everyday issues that they are experiencing, because the meeting turned from let's see how we can fix this for everybody to an us and them type of situation. And one particular resident in the end who wasn't going to speak got up and spoke and was quite annoyed that the cyclists had turned up, as they are transient to the issue and they are not living the everyday issue. And this particular woman has a father who is disabled. she can't get him in and out of the car, the wheelchair. She's having all sorts of problems, and she actually rides a bicycle, and said that, you know, she likes to ride her bicycle, but she also is living a daily nightmare of the issues that are happening there on Doncaster Avenue. And I will point out that we are now about to lose one lane down at the end of Doncaster and Anzac due to the fact that we have a bike lane. So in order to facilitate the hotel deliveries, we've had to give up one lane, otherwise the pub wouldn't be able to take delivery of the kegs because they're no longer able to take delivery on Anzac Parade, so they have to deliver. We've also had to give up a car space in order for entrance and exit to the car park for the pub and the bottle shop area, because it was quite dangerous with the narrowing of the road, etc., for people to get in and out of the car parking and the bottle shop area. So this has been requested again by the residents to be, you know, they feel much more comfortable if they can talk to somebody without being intimidated, without being put into an us and them situation, and hopefully we can resolve the issue for everybody, because as was stated in this forum, you know, there are accidents there waiting to happen. There have been numerous accidents already down in Anzac, Doncaster and Day Avenue, where the roundabout has been removed. And the residents don't feel safe, and they're quite scared that, you know, at one point they're going to hit a child, a cyclist, or another car on Doncaster Avenue. So I ask you to support this motion so that we can get this issue resolved one way or another, and to the best that we can resolve it, and, you know, put it to bed, hopefully with safe outcomes for everybody.
Councillor Luxford, I would like to just ask permission to clarify some things you said, because I was present at that meeting, and yes, we all want to resolve the issues, but you've made quite a serious contention that residents were intimidated. I would strongly contest that, because everyone had an opportunity to register to speak, and further requests were offers were made by the staff. Could you actually?
So can I
did not see any. Can you please actually explain exactly?
Yeah, I will explain. Names were called out, and speakers didn't speak. Those speakers later spoke to me and said that they wouldn't speak because they felt intimidated. They were, you know, being bullied, basically. Well, that's how they felt, okay? And I was there, Councillor Hay was there, you were there too. We had Josh there. And
Councillor Luxford, that is a very, very serious allegation to make.
Well,
that residents were
the
bullied.
meeting was meant
and there's
to
literally
be
no
for
evidence
residents
of that.
of Doncaster Avenue, and those people that came from Bike East, from Safe Streets, whatever, a whole bunch of people. I'm happy for them to be there, but the point of the matter was that the residents could get their point across as to what they're dealing with every day, and they felt they couldn't do that after, like, I think we had 5 or 6 speak in a row, and there were names called out and nobody stood up. Those people would not stand up and speak. In fact, one who did register to speak, he wasn't going to speak either, but then he got a bit, oh, I better say something, because they were sitting there feeling, well, that's the word, intimidated.
That meeting was recorded? There were multiple staff there, and I'm happy to investigate this because there were many people there. There were staff there. I believe the whole meeting was recorded. So if there are any residents who claim, I would request that you back that up because the entire meeting was recorded. So if you would like to come back and listen to the tapes and note where the bullying was, I would invite you to substantiate what you have said. The entire meeting was recorded.
Fine, and I've just said to you, names were called out and people did not stand up and speak. And there were a few of those.
Please go and see the general manager, ask to read the tapes and note and identify where the bullying took place because there were many people there. There were no complaints received, to the best of my knowledge, put through to staff. And if there was a particular point at the meeting that someone can identify where they were being bullied, that needs to be substantiated. So I would welcome the opportunity to discuss that with you. Councillor Olive. Councillor Hay as the seconder.
Thank you. As someone who sat through the forum, I was trying to keep track of where the residents lived, and just knowing quite a few of them. The residents who were local and talked about the cycleway, I noted that most of them lived, actually, as far as I could tell, all of them lived south of Anzac Parade on Doncaster Avenue. We didn't get a good sampling of people who lived on Doncaster Avenue between Anzac and Allison. So the issue, I'd like to, and of course most of the people who spoke, in fact I think it was everyone who spoke in favour of the cycleway didn't actually live on Doncaster Avenue. So also, I'd like to very quickly draw attention to my question with notice 4. We're spending over $700,000 fixing this cycleway. I'm not convinced currently that we've caught all of the issues, and I am expecting that we do need feedback from residents on Doncaster Avenue, particularly between Allison and Anzac. There's going to be some way, somewhere that we need to get additional feedback and fix these issues. So I urge everyone to support this motion.
Councillor Olive, are you speaking against or do you have a question?
No, I will speak against, but also I was at the meeting, so I want to clarify what my impressions of the meeting were as well. So I attended the meeting, and and it was an open community meeting, and no one was that I saw was restricted from speaking. Everyone was invited to speak who wanted to speak. No one yelled out. I thought it was quite a respectful meeting. There were cyclists, who use the cycleway there, and they were giving their particular point of view and what they saw the value of what the value of the cycleway meant to them. There were also residents there who had their own particular concerns and issues and difficulties that the cycleway has caused for them. And I thought that it was, a very respectful, polite exchange of views, and in the midst of that, council staff, Josh was there, and collecting those particular thoughts together and putting it and recording that so that it could be taken away and then possibly looked at and actioned in some way or other. I'm not sure exactly where that's up to at the moment, but I was assuming that council would be looking more closely at the problems which were raised by residents and and the other things that were said by the cyclists. I thought it was a good community event because it was open to the community and it had a broad cross-section of the community there, and everyone, sort of seemed to be able to air at least opinions of it from either side, and sort of I didn't see any disgruntlement as we sort of walked out of the room. I think that sort of when you have a community consultation, sort of it's about canvassing the views of the community, and that's what that did. I'm not so sure about a door knock and just having sort of talking to people who are against the bike, the cycleway, and also sort of just having what could be an echo chamber, but I don't think that that's community consultation. I think that sort of you have to have a broader view of sort of what the community wants than sort of just surveying those particular people who you think sort of might have an issue and not take the whole into consideration. So that's why I don't think this is a particular good idea, and I think that we've already done we've carried out various community sort of events to try and hear the residents on this, and so I think that eventually that has to cease, and we have to get on with trying to solve some of the problems that have been highlighted by residents in the forums that have been that have been organised by council. Thank you.
Councillor Pandolfini, you don't wish to speak. Are there any further speakers against? Councillor Luxford, do you wish to close? All those in favour I will put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? No. I declare that carried. We now go to NM 34/24, notice of motion from Councillor Rosenfeld, signage at Heffron Park and Maryborough Reserve.
Yes, this is a motion I put forward after repeated requests from residents, some at Maroubra precinct meetings, others at the first let chat that we had in Central Ward, concerning the fact that we do have 4 off-leash dog parks at Maroubra: Snake Park, Nagle Park, Coral Sea Park and Broadarrow Reserve. So we're more than adequately covered for off-leash dog parks. And as a dog owner myself, I think it's fantastic how many we have. What a lot of residents are concerned about is they want to be able to go to the parks that are not off-leash, especially with young kids or those that have young kids, but also other people as well, in the knowledge that there won't be dogs off-leash because they see it as, a lot of them see it as a safety concern. They also see it as a concern if they're having picnics and there's dogs off-leash running around. Residents have pointed out there's not a lot of signage at 2 of our off-leash parks in Maroubra, one being Heffron Park and one being Maryborough Reserve. Apologies if I pronounce it incorrectly. I went down and I had a look and I saw that is the case. That we definitely need more signage, and that signage needs to remind people that penalties may apply. Obviously, not necessarily will, because there's warnings obviously in place as well, but penalties may apply. As I put in the business paper, the Heffron Park is only 350 metres from Nagle Park, so it's not as if residents that live near Heffron Park don't have an off-leash park nearby. Also, Maryborough Reserve is only 600 metres from Broadarrow Reserve, so it's not like, and not even that far from Coral Sea Park, so it's not like they have an alternate. So I ask you to support the motion, and while we have those particular off-leash parks, the parks where you have to be on-leash, I'd like to see a little bit more signage, mainly because residents have called for this repeatedly. Thank you.
Councillor Hay.
Second and reserve my right.
Councillor Chappell, are you speaking against or do you have a question?
Yes, against. Against partially. So I don't object, and I will not vote against the motion, but I do think we are, particularly at Maryborough Park, we are setting ourselves up for misleading the community. So Maryborough Park is functionally an off-leash dog park. It is used regularly. Yeah, it is used regularly. It is used in the morning. It is used throughout the day as an off-leash dog park. It is used in the afternoon. It is used at sunset. I know this, and I see it up close because my children go to the school right next to it. And then I don't know if you know, but the playground there is officially known by all the children in the area as Purple Park, and we are there more frequently than I would like to be. The park at Maryborough is not actually heavily used for passive recreation. So usually when you have a dog park, it conflicts with people who want to picnic or kids who want to play, etc. Kids who want to play at this park, they are overwhelmingly in the playground. They're not actually running around the hill there. It's not a hugely appealing park, and people don't really have picnics there, because if you want to have a picnic, you're either at the playground with your little kids, which is fully fenced, or you're down at the beach. So if anywhere is an area where we can probably accept people having their dogs off leash, this is probably it. As I say, I'm not going to vote this down today, but I do think we should listen to how the community are voting with this with their feet. I think there's been a bit of a kind of quiet agreement between residents and council on this, where we don't go in and enforce it and whatever. And I do think if we put up a whole bunch of signs at Maryborough saying this is an off-leash dog park, there will be a legitimate expectation by local residents that we're going to be down there enforcing that. We're going to be sending rangers down. And I know there's at least one resident locally who very much that's the goal here, to get rangers down kind of morning, lunch and night to kind of break the habit of this. And I think it's a bit of a foolish game, and I think we should listen to how the community has decided this park's going to be used, and we should work out how to keep it safe for the kids using the playground and for the community garden there.
Thank you. Councillor Parker, are you speaking against, or do you have a question? There is the mover and seconder,
I will speak nominally against. In relation to this, I'd just like to echo the sentiments by Councillor Chappell in relation to this. My position in relation to Maryborough has evolved on this, and I do think that Maryborough does warrant further investigation and community consultation in this regard. On this particular notice of motion, I will not be voting against, but I would like to put on the record that I think further conversation in relation to this particular site for an off-leash dog park is probably appropriate and warranted and due.
Councillor Rosenfeld, would you like to conclude?
Yeah, just quickly concluding that we can't have every park in Maroubra off-leash, because some people need to know about on-leash dog parks for safety. I can support Maryborough being an off-leash park, but then we'll have to take one of the current off-leash parks and put it on-leash in Maroubra, because you can't have every park. Basically saying to residents that literally every park you'll have dogs running around. So I can support it based on that down the track, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. I will put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We will need another procedural motion, councillors. We still have quite a number of motions plus a couple of reports, confidential reports. We will probably need to move another hour. Hopefully we won't need that much burst. And hey, all those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We go to NM 35/24, notice of motion from Councillor Wilson, e-bike free zones at Coogee Beach. Councillor Wilson.
Hello, I think this is reasonably self-explanatory, and we did have a speaker on it earlier. Essentially, the promenade at Coogee is not actually a shared zone, but the signs are so tiny that advise you that they're not a shared zone, that there's many e-bikes on the promenade. Councillor Olive has suggested some amendments to it, and I think he'd like to second it if that's available. And so, I beg your pardon? I've asked Mr. Kelly to put up the amended version, and we've added C to it. So we've got A, B and C, and we've added at the end of B that we're creating bike-free zones at Coogee Beach and appropriate parking areas at Coogee Beach. So that's been added, and the idea of updating cycleway maps to identify Coogee Beach Promenade as a pedestrian-only walkway, because we believe that some of the cycleway maps actually put it as a shared footpath, which it's not. So that's the motion as amended. I've accepted these amendments from Councillor Olive, and I commend it to you.
Councillor Olive.
I think the resident, Jenny, that spoke, sort of previously, gave a very nuanced presentation, sort of that this is, it's the promenade is not, is a pedestrian walkway, but, sort of there is a need for bikes to go from the north part of Beach Street to the south part of Beach Street and vice versa, and the council maps that they have are quite outdated, and they say that the promenade is a shared path, and there should be council should be looking at other ways that they can connect both of those. Put on a map, sort of a connection between both sides of Beach Street, so that bikes can go safely, sort of around the beach and continue on. I think that the point B talks about, sort of an e-bike free zone and finding appropriate parking. It would be encouraged, and I don't know where council staff are up to at the moment, but to be working with businesses like Lime Bikes, sort of to closely and finding where are, sort of locations that are win-win situations for parking of e-bikes, sort of in particular spots that everyone knows, and so that it's convenient for the bike riders and also convenient for pedestrians as well. I was shown by Councillor Pandolfini something on the Lime Bike app, which they do indicate, sort of places where they consider parking of the bikes is appropriate, and apparently now if you don't park in those parking spots, you continue to be charged, and that's an innovation which I didn't understand, and I think that innovations are continuing over and over, and so that's why it's good for council staff and to be sort of talking about this with the businesses anyway. I think that sort of the rest of the motion speaks for itself. Thank you.
We still have to have two against, if there are in fact any. I think we have to have. Yeah, we have to have the opportunity. Sorry, are there any speakers against, or a question, Councillor Hay?
Yes, if I'll ask a question through the matter to the mayor, or through the relevant officer. Is there a plan to remove the bicycle parking spaces on the promenade? Because I think if you have bicycle parking spaces on the promenade, that would invite cyclists onto the promenade.
Through to the Director of City Services.
Through yourself, Madam Mayor. No, there's no plan to remove the parking facilities on the promenade.
Are there any other speakers against? Yes.
Yeah. Just a very quick question, because I actually had someone today at Coogee ask me, they read the motion and they wanted to know whether that included e-bikes rather than rideshare bikes, because they ride an e-bike and they park it up where Councillor Hay was talking about leaving her bike. So she said, does that ban me from riding an e-bike, or are you talking about shared bikes? So just trying to clarify, because she was worried that she couldn't ride her bike anywhere near Coogee Yes, it's got it.
It's only on the promenade, which is not a shared pathway. That's all.
Not just all bikes, not just.
All no bikes. I did ask the speaker tonight, was she talking about just e-bikes? And no, she said she was talking about all bikes generally and scooters.
Councillor Wilson, do you wish to close the debate?
No, I'll waive my right.
I'll put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We will go to NM 36/24, notice of motion from Councillor Said, partnering with UNSW students in concept designs for small town centres. Councillor Said.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is just in support of, there's sometimes when we have all the sort of expertise in the world at council, sometimes maybe a fresh approach might be beneficial to the LGA. There's an intersection down at Malabar that is an absolute nightmare. We've tried to come up with ideas over the last 6 years. Residents have all suggested what should happen. Different things have tried to be put in place, haven't really worked. So the idea is if you get students who, in whichever faculty, may be engineering, it could be actually with other small town centres, there might be traffic amenities throughout the LGA, and then if you offer them a prize or maybe a scholarship, there might be a fresh approach and someone young comes up with a great idea that we can put to the community. We can exhibit it in the, it doesn't have to be at Malabar, could be Margaret Martin, could be anywhere within the LGA. We could put it, exhibit it in the libraries, and then people can vote on what they think is a good idea. We don't need to implement it. We just need to think, okay, well, that's a new suggestion. So just to get young people involved, it helps us. The partnership with the UNSW is quite strong, except when it comes to student accommodation. So this would be very beneficial to the LGA.
Thank you. Councillor Pandolfini.
Yeah, I just would love to commend this motion. I think that partnering with one of the top Go8 universities, which sits in our LGA, is a brilliant idea. I know that they're, obviously extremely multifaceted, and there's always lots of interest in collaborating. I know that the director of Lanning, you're right, has already run programs like this in their teams, and there is an annual project that the students undertake with the phenomenal head of school of built environment, Philip Oldfield, who looks at an area in Randwick. So I'm sure that it would be a brilliant idea for them to work with the internationally renowned architects on a different part of the LGA. I would also note that universities rely very heavily on research, and these students are researching and looking towards a future where climate change is very real in their lives, and that the lack of affordability is pertinent for living in the area for them. So I do hope that we can treat, if this does go ahead, we can treat their very important focus on research to make town centres livable can be respected. So I think it's a fantastic motion, and I commend it to everyone.
Councillor De Souza, do you have a question, or are you speaking against the motion?
I have a question, Madam Mayor. Is that all right?
Sure.
Thank you. To the relevant officer or the general manager, do we have schemes like this at the moment? Where we give young people opportunities to get involved. Look at Titania, for example.
Through to the Director of City Planning.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, we do currently have designated positions for students that are studying in various faculties at the University of New South Wales. Also, as part of the Urban Design Awards program that we run, there was a category for students to provide their particular ideas on different solutions for urban planning problems. And we do also engage with the university whenever they require us to participate in any judging of particular classes and of their particular projects that they're working on. So, and we are currently working on engaging further with the design teams at the University of New South Wales based on previous resolutions of council.
Are there any speakers against? Councillor, if not, Councillor said, do you wish to close? I will put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. So we will pass over NM 37/24 as that has been incorporated to Councillor Burst's motion. We will go to NM 38/24, notice of motion from Councillor Nielsen, annual youth band competition.
No, Councillor Pandolfini, seconding. Okay. Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. I hope you'll all be enthused with this proposal, because I know you're all very musical, and I know you also know that we've got a huge number of talented musical youth in our area. I won't talk too long about it because we've got not much time, but I have also spoken to the officer who will be most responsible for putting all together this, if you all agree to it, and it was pointed out that there really is not enough lead-in time for a 2024 competition. However, what so I've amended my motion. If you please, Mr. Kelly could bring up the amended motion, and that would be that we investigate holding the annual youth band competition open to any local unsigned bands 21 years and younger, with an event to be held to launch the youth band competition in 2024 prior to the conclusion of the current council term. So the actual annual youth band competition itself would be actually in the calendar year 2025, because that gives enough time for all the lead-in arrangements that need to be done. I think that's correct. Shall I just confirm that with the relevant officer, please, Mayor?
Through to the Director of Community and Culture.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So without further ado, I would like to move this motion, and let's hope we get a really nice launch, that we can all enjoy some talent from our youth, and then we'll see some fantastic youth band competition next year. So I hope you all support the motion.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I think this is a fantastic motion. I think Councillor Nielsen has done a great job in bringing this idea to council. It's exciting because we know that there's a lot of talent out there. I have a friend's son who's just taken up guitar. Unfortunately, Sunburst Guitar Shop had to close because of, Sunburst closed. Yes. Yeah, I know, after all this time. So it's really sad because that's rental pressures on small businesses. This is what happens. I can't remember. Yeah, he got guitars from our neighbour who passed away and everything. So, yeah, there's everyone knows Sunburst, and it's wonderful that there's a lot of young people that have gone through Sunburst and learnt instruments. And so, yeah, I think that this will be really exciting for a lot of the kids in our neighbourhood that have been practising and waiting for a moment for them to shine. So, yeah, well done, Councillor Nielsen. Thank you.
Councillor Chappell, do you have a question?
Yeah. Just a question to the mover of the motion. I think it's great and I love it. I just wondered, 21 is fairly young and would possibly cut out a fair bunch of kind of uni students and others who might still be in the area. And I was wondering whether maybe we could kind of gently nudge it out a few years. But, I'll still vote for it.
Good on you. And if that's partly a question, I think that also too will come back with a council report, and perhaps we can have the first year where it's that cut-off date, and then the following ones, if it makes more sense, to be for a wider age range. Good on you.
Yeah, if there's no speakers against, I will put the motion. All those in favour? Those against, I declare that carried. We go to NM 39/24, notice of motion from Councillor Nielsen, support the New South Wales Beach Watch program as a fully funded state government program.
Yes, and you will have seen that in our last week's letter from the council catch-up from councillor's report from the General Manager. He had notified us that he had also sent a letter off on behalf of council not supporting this proposed change. And I think it's really important that we, as a council, support the New South Wales Beach Watch program as a fully funded state government program. It's just too much of a risk to have it taken away, and to have it as a totally different sort of procedure is not a way that we should be going. So I urge you to support the motion.
It was already seconded by Councillor Chappell.
Yeah, I just want to commend the mover for bringing this to council. I know when I read this, it looked like classic cost shifting. And I think I speak for many of us here when I say the service of being able to actually check the water quality before you get down to the beach is extremely useful, and it keeps our communities healthier, and it is an essential public service that needs to continue being provided.
Thank you. Are there any speakers against? Any questions? Councillor Nielsen, do you wish to close? Okay, we will put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We'll move to NM 40/24, notice of motion from Councillor Hamilton, Anzac Day 110th anniversary planning.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I put this motion forward, of course, during the week of Anzac Day and the celebrations that have begun, and they continue through the week and a week and a half. One of the things that I found, and I've submitted it in an amended fashion, because one of the things that I did find was it's been 100 years since the unveiling of the cenotaph at High Cross Park. And me and my family used to go to High Cross Park for the dawn service each year. I remember one year we went up there and Scott Nash was the mayor, and he was the only person around that could take the photo for us. We said sorry for imposing on him, and he was very gracious. But when it was moved in 2015 down to Coogee, it was in anticipation of the 100-year anniversary being so large. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to bring back the Anzac Parade Monument La Perouse Trust, big, wordy sort of trust. But we spoke about this in September last year, about not dissolving that trust and holding off until there was some, other avenue that we could, engage the people within that trust. So what I'm proposing here is that we get that trust and get together and form a working party, and then we change the name, and then we conduct some comprehensive consultation and work out what exactly we would do. So as you all know, I've mentioned it a few times, I'm a return service person myself. I proudly wear my medals each year, and my husband and my family, so we're a really big defence family. And Anzac Day, it means a lot to us. My daughters always go to Anzac Day, and now with my eldest not living at home, my youngest brings along her best friend. And it's wonderful, because every time we have an Anzac Day celebration, we always have photos of young children, old people, everyone from all walks of life coming together. And the dawn service this year, unfortunately, was overshadowed by something. And that overshadowing is something that I felt extremely intimidated and bullied, because I'm standing for something that I really strongly believe in, and that is recognition of our Defence Force members. I believe in that because I am one. My family are. I'm very, very proud of our service, of all of our service. My stepmother spent 40 years in the Navy. It's an excellent thing that you could do for your country, And on this one dawn service, out of all the dawn services that I've been to, I felt that it was completely overshadowed by one person's actions and should never happen, because it is about Australian and New Zealand service people, their sacrifice. If they didn't do what they did, we wouldn't have the country that we have right now. And so one person protesting and making it about them, about their own protest, about something that had nothing to do with Anzac Day, I think was disgraceful. And I have a right to have my feelings and my emotions connected to that particular day, that sombre commemoration. So I put this motion up not knowing that a person was going to come along and try to steal the limelight of that day. I put this motion up in good faith that we would, as a council, and what we should do is plan ahead for major events that are going to happen in and around our area. And this is one that we should be looking forward to. But of course, now I'm thinking apprehensively, is it going to be overtaken again? Is there going to be something that's going to happen that's going to take away from how special that day is? Because it is. And the amount of people, the rest of the news from that day was all about the numbers of people out. And that's what it should be. Our Coogee Dawn service, the media should all have been around how many people turned up. What a fantastic commemoration it was. The beautiful scenery of the headland, the beautiful scenery of the beach and the water and the sun and everything like that. That's what we normally celebrate after we spend the morning, 5:30, getting up and racing down to the beach. This next celebration needs to be what it is for, and that is for the Anzacs, remembering their sacrifice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I will go to Councillor Burst as the seconder.
I'd like to commend Councillor Hamilton on a great motion. 110 years, this ultimate sacrifice that the military have given and protected our country over all this time. It's made us the country we are today, and they've got to be centre and foremost in our minds and be the only thing in our minds on that day when it's a special day. And so I think we need to make sure that next year is bigger and better than Ben-Hur and is an amazing day to celebrate, just to honour and respect the people that have fought for our country, the people that are still fighting for our country. I've got many friends that are still in the military, and the things they do, it makes your hair curl, but you know that they're there protecting us, and that's important. So I commend this motion, and I'll be certainly supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Olive, do you have a question or are you speaking against?
I want to make a clarification, sort of that, there was something said about protest or activism despoiling, sort of the day. My grandfather and his two brothers went to the First World War. He was injured, but they came back and what they'd seen and, sort of their, the hardships that they'd felt, they became communists and were members of the Communist Party because they wanted a better world. They were activists. Many soldiers came back and formed what was known as the Wobblies, the workers of the world, to form sort of a workers' unity, sort of across the world, because this is what it meant to them. I read a book, recently by Shauna Bostock, a First Nations woman, who talked about, sort of the Aboriginal soldiers that came back from the First World War, and a way of compensating some of the First World War soldiers was giving them selections. Plots of land out in the country but they never gave them to sort of Aboriginal soldiers. In fact, their communities, they took the land off them to give them to the soldiers. These are some of the things that actually happened, as well as what happened on Anzac Day, and and Australians fighting overseas in the First World War. So I think that if we're going to talk about what Anzac Day is and what it represents, then we have to be inclusive of everything that it's represented down the years. As to the motion itself, I did have a question. I did want to know from the relevant officer, what is the difference between beginning planning now for Anzac Day and what has existed up till now?
Through to the Director of Community and Culture.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's my understanding that the begin planning would be the sort of administration about bringing the committee back together with a view to then start discussing something that would then come back to council.
I mean, would that be different from business as usual? If that occurred.
It would be based on the motion and any additional considerations for next year.
Further, I'm just interested, that it's we're doing this something additional, and I assume that it would go back after the 111th anniversary. Then there wouldn't be the same thing. But why the 110? It's not a milestone, 110 years. It's not like the 100th anniversary or 150th or 75th. But why 110 is the question that I have. It seems kind of arbitrary. And is this would it go back?
Councillor Hamilton.
Can I? Yeah. Look, I agree with your sentiment, because normally, yes, you do 25 years, 50 years, 75. I agree with that. And it doesn't mean. This motion doesn't mean that we absolutely have to do something of a huge nature at 110. But what I would put a caveat on, our Anzacs are passing away. So what we see, and we saw this at the Anzac Civic Ceremony when we walk in the room, and the volunteers from all the different RSL clubs in the LGA, they're ageing. And so if we don't make a big deal out of Anzac Day at times when we can, so 110 and then 120, when we can, we lose them, and it's really sad, but it's the case. And so, I agree with you, and the trust might come together and say it probably makes more sense to do 125 or 115, but just thinking about that, it is a rounded number next year, and I wanted to put it out there as early as possible so that we could consider it. So that's my my answer. I agree with you, but I think we also need to consider we're losing a lot of Anzacs each year. So, yeah.
I mean, are there many Anzacs 110 years old?
No, Second World War.
Yeah, so you're talking about Second World War Anzacs.
No, you're now getting the Korean War. You're starting to head forward. We're losing them every year.
I think that's going to be a continuing.
There's a question from Councillor Said.
A question to the GM, and then also a question to the mover. Can I just ask a question to GM? Is it as simple as the Anzac Parade, and I go with the sentiment, I'm not trying to, but I remember as being part of, when I first came on council, the actual Anzac Parade Monument Trust was a real big deal. We had about 20, 25 people. We had generals. We had, who knows, then it filtered away. So is it as simple as saying that the trust, because in theory you'd have to take all the people that were there originally onto the new one. So do you have to dissolve the old one and then start a new one, is my question.
Yeah, can I just comment? So looking at our committee's notice, there's 2 delegates on it at the moment, the mayor and myself, and then there's room for 10. So it actually says in that column, number of committee members 10. So I'm not saying that because that's the way I think it should be. I'm just saying that's what has already been allocated for the Anzac Parade Monument La Perouse Trust on that document. And I would take the advice of staff once we came together to talk about it.
Are there any speakers against or any? I think we've had questions. I think this is concluded. Councillor Hamilton, do you wish to? Was there any other speakers? I don't think so. Councillor Hamilton, do you wish to conclude the debate?
Yes, I do, and I want to respond to a couple of comments. So about spoiling and activism. A comment that was put in the paper was that this person wore an outfit because they were an activist, like they were protesting a particular conflict overseas. Just saying that. That's that person's words. And also about grandfathers. Mine was it was a prisoner of war. And so, it's not always just about us, it's about all the people around us and the generations and multi-generational, and it's keeping that that spirit alive. We talk about the Anzac spirit. And just with inclusive, when people turn up the way they did to our dawn service, they are not being inclusive. The dawn service is inclusive, and when you turn up protesting, it's such a contradiction to say we accept everything, we accept everyone, but we don't really accept you, and we don't really, like this and that.
Sorry, I don't
It's
think
just
this is
such a
actually speaking
contradiction.
to the motion.
I will put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We now go to NM 41/24, notice of motion from Councillor Chappell, signage on drains to build awareness. Councillor Chappell, are you seconding it?
Thank you. I think this is probably self-explanatory. This actually came out of the Let's Chat down at Maroubra Beach with one of our local residents, Alice, who was particularly concerned, having seen contractors in the area kind of trimming grass, like cutting grass and trimming plants and stuff, and basically leaving it on verges or washing down the drains. And I thought it was a very reasonable thing to be concerned about and see what we could do. Obviously, council doesn't have the ability to kind of run around and enforce this all of the time, but if we can get some more awareness out in the community, including telling the community where they might go to report stuff like this, if they need it cleaned up or if they do think enforcement's an option. And then I also think some of this, this comes from having watched a building site across the road for about a year with crews rotating in and out every day. A lot of local developments and builders and the people who work on the sites aren't necessarily aware of their obligations to kind of suppress dust, clean up after stuff, ensure there's no runoff if things rain, etc. And I think it would be good to see, I'm sure council officers already do this, but if there is more information we can provide through the development process about construction and how to protect our waterways around that. And then the final point is just a report. I know a lot of other councillors have signage. They have like little fish sculptures on the drains, or they have a kind of this drains to Bondi Beach kind of stuff around the drainage. This may not be appropriate in all of the areas. It might just be in some areas where we think that it might be a priority, and it would be nice if it was pretty, but I'd love to just get a report back to see if this is an option in the area and if they think it's useful, because again, I know a lot of other areas do it, and it seems quite popular.
Councillor Said as the seconder.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I commend this motion. Actually, I also probably read the same report where people were putting the pictures around the drains, and I thought it was a great idea. The only thing is some of our drains don't actually go to the beach, but that's fine. That's insignificant. But what I would like to ask the mover of the motion is if you can accept a point D that I haven't told Mr. Kelly yet, I'm sorry, I just thought of it as we were going through, that a few years ago we had a very large promotion about what goes through our drains, beach pollution. Oh, no, but there was actually the whole encompassing thing was beach pollution ends here. We had a movie. We had encouraged people to adopt a drain. We put the movie. There was a fantastic film clip that was on all social media, but also was at the Ritz. It was very popular. It really was a fantastic campaign. And I asked during the break if we still actually hold all this information, and we still do. So it'd be fantastic if we could relive the whole thing. It was really done well. I don't know. Yeah.
So I just have a question.
Yeah, I just move that we can reinvigorate the beach pollution ends here.
So can I just confirm, Councillor Sett, are you suggesting a new point D, or are you suggesting a substitute to point C?
No, just a new point D, because the report signage around drains is not what we did before. We didn't do that, so that's different. All I'm saying is that if the mover agrees, we start the campaign again for a short while. Reinvigorate the beach pollution campaign. But still sticks with C, because C is different to, we never did that last time.
Thank you. Councillor Parker, did you wish to speak? Either against or a question? Are there any speakers against or any questions? Councillor Chappell, do you wish to close the debate? I will put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. I'll now go to NM 42/4024, notice of motion from Councillor Parker supporting the Sydney Eruv Committee. Councillor Parker.
Look, thank you, councillors. I commend the notice of motion to the council. I don't feel the need to speak any further to it.
Councillor Rosenfeld.
Yeah, fully support the motion. You all heard the rabbi speak earlier. I myself I don't observe Sabbath, we call it Shabbat, but a lot of Jewish residents do, and a lot of them live near the two synagogues we have, which are covered by the proposed Eruv. Look at the maps provided by Councillor Parker carefully, and it is very important that people who do observe Shabbat, the Sabbath, we call it Shabbat, and the fact that we can link the south and north again will be great for the community, and we very much appreciate it. So I won't go further, but please support it.
Are there any questions or speakers against? Question from Councillor Chappell.
I did have a question. I mean, I think this is excellent. And my question is not in any way about that. It was more a kind of interest question about whether we know how many people this has kind of been applying to, because it sounds quite oppressive for the last little while. And I wonder how many people in our community we're going to be helping out by finally fixing this thing up.
Through to the Director of Community and Culture, we may take that on notice. Councillor Parker, do you wish to close? I will put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We will now move to closed session.
open. We have now reopened into open session. Council resolved for CO 16/24 acquisition of 49 Cusco Street, South Coogee, to appoint the Mayor, Councillor Nielsen and Councillor Hamilton to the committee. And Council also resolved in favour of CO 17/24, the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee minutes, April 2024. The meeting is now closed at 1:09 on the 1st of May. Thank you.